And it's Monday again. Welcome, everybody, to a new week of exciting live trading. And I have Petro with me here today. How are you doing, Petro?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this crazy week ahead that we're going to have this the vibration week.
It's really going to be an interesting week, and I thought already this morning. I'm kind of happy, I have we have the first segment here of this week, because as we progress through the week, we are going to have some really interesting. Well, economic data coming in. First of all, we had then, of course, again, our dear friend Donald Trump, tweeting. And I think now he was, last thing I heard, tweeting about Russia, about like tariffs on oil exports or oil imports and gas imports from Russia. So that's kind of an interesting development. Petro, I know you are trading gold a lot. Is that correct?
No, not that much.
No?
I kind of like gold. So I'm more of a counter trend trader. So gold is literally at all-time high. So it's not really my.
I'm normally contrarian trader too, but at the moment with gold, I really only touch
Definitely.
into the direction of a trend. Yeah, we'll have a look at that, of course, later. I brought some interesting data that I analyzed over the weekend when it comes to trading gold. So we can have a look at that later. You today, I actually think this is the first live stream we're doing together, Petro, right?
I think so. I think it's the first time that we are together in the stream.
Nice.
So nice to meet you as well. And
one more reason,
you.
that we get some good trade to inbound. I can see we have quite a number of people already joining, the usual suspects. Here we have, for example, Henry, who is, I think, in almost every live stream there. How are you doing this morning? I see a number of others also who join us regularly. Good to see everybody. And as you can see today, we have a different setup. It's not me and Jonathan like normally on a Monday morning. Well, at least here it's morning. It's me and Petro, because Jonathan has some other projects he needs to attend to today. And nonetheless, I always like that, because since it's the first time I'm going to do this with you, I'm probably going to get a lot of input also for on ideas how to approach the markets.
Definitely, and I'm curious to see also your thought process. I know that you are a big crypto guy, so I may ask you some questions about crypto.
We don't talk much about crypto here, because the audience kind of forced me, Dirk, you have to trade gold. So I'm trying my best in trading gold and learning how to scalp gold. But still, I've been doing this for 4 weeks now, but I still consider myself kind of a newbie when it comes to that, because normally, I'm more of a long-term fundamental economic data guy. So progressing now again into day trading, scalping, at least outside of the sphere of cryptocurrencies, is kind of new for me today. Maybe I'm quickly going to add my screen here, so you can see I have gold here already up as the first asset, and it's really crazy. I mean, just this 2-minute charts, just look at this. It's unstoppable at the moment. And I must say, to my surprise, I think gold is kind of doing at the moment what it hasn't been doing for almost a decade, really being a hedge versus uncertain times. We are living in uncertain times. It's not just the US doing kind of a thing where they seem to want to separate from the world. So we have economic uncertainty. For that, we have, of course, like a war here in Europe. We have potential more conflicts around the world. And this is like one thing markets normally don't like, at least risk on markets, such as cryptocurrencies, such as stocks. And this is an environment where gold normally can shine. We haven't seen that in a long time, because gold for a long time now has been kind of behaving not the way you would expect it to behave, but recently, ever since we broke actually through the 2000 barrier, it's like seems to become at the moment the hedge against uncertainty. When you don't want to invest maybe in cash or US dollar treasuries, which normally would be the risk off asset here, it seems like gold is that. And of course, we want to capitalize on that. So I'm looking here right now for new entries, preferably into a long position. Now, the thing is, what I do, and if you've been watching the stream for a while now, guys, you know that I'm looking for entries here around my 2 moving averages. Ignore the sell and highs and potential tops and bottoms you see on the chart. These are like just for me zones of confluence or exit zones. As I said, I'm not trading gold at the moment contrarian, except I see like really jumping something to my eye where I say, like, hey, this is a really good opportunity, but we are kind of in no man's land there, at least when it comes to the upside at prices we haven't seen. Now, what I see here at the moment is, and I said we see that quite often once we start our trading session here on Mondays, that we are flattening out a little bit. So it's not a lot of movement anymore. It's like a little bit sideways. What I want to wait now for ideally is to see a setback maybe here into this region of the 200 minutes moving average, the 202 minutes moving average, exponential moving average. I would consider a long position at the moment, either down here, or if we go all the way down into that zone here, which is currently at around 3,107-ish. So I want to be a little bit patient and wait for this. Honestly speaking, I haven't looked at economic data coming in today. Well, Ireland inflation rate. Later on, we're going to have a German inflation rate. It's probably not going to affect the markets that much, of course, more important, as I mentioned in the beginning here, as we go through the week, tomorrow, of course, we have here the JOLTS job opening, which is going to give us probably a good indication again what to expect by the non-farm payrolls on Friday, which are the event for this week. Everybody is going to have a close eye, especially since the Fed still would like to see those numbers coming in lower. So they kind of have a reason to lower interest rates. By the looks at the moment, this is at least the gist we got from Jerome Powell during his last speeches, was that they expect inflation to stay high or bounce a bit higher again. So I kind of doubt that we are going to see soon in another interest rate cuts. We saw one in Europe, which kind of surprised me a little bit. But then again, the inflation data here in Europe is already a little bit further ahead down the road on the lower side than what we've seen so far in the USA. Are you looking currently at something in terms of trading, or are you in a trade currently?
No, I'm towards literally adapting now after the big sell-off that we had last week, especially on US indices. It was something that I actually was looking at as well. I did manage to get the short at the top on S&P, but I just wasn't way too early. Now, after I saw the big move, it was just sorry for my lag. I'm on my laptop today, so it's maybe lagging a little bit my PC. But yeah, this was something that I was looking for. But interesting enough is that actually, if you're looking at the daily time frame, maybe I can hide my. How do we hide this? Hide drawings. Right. But if we add the 200 moving average, right, on the daily time frame, it's an indicator that many people look at. Okay, 200 moving average, many institutions, many hedge funds, and so on, and even analysts, they pay attention. Kind of above 200 moving average, many people think that we are in a bullish market. If price actually does break and close below 200 moving average, a little bit of fear comes into the market. And we broke the 200 moving average beginning of March, if not mistaken. But then, interesting enough, that the retracement that we had last week, or for the last 10 days, it was exactly just to touch again 200 moving average. I'm not even a moving average guy, since I don't really use indicators for my own trading. But if there is an indicator that we know that many investors, hedge funds, and so on actually pay attention to it, it's maybe worth to actually at least be aware of where it is. So it's interesting enough that on S&P, the retracement was actually towards back to the 200 moving average, and it actually held it. And we had the big sell-off that we had since Wednesday. It was exactly the same thing on Nasdaq as well. Look at that, like basically price touching the 200 moving average on the daily time frame. The 200 moving average is a reference on the daily. Okay, if you change time frames, it may not be as important, at least from this perspective. But yes, this is a little bit of a concern, right? So the last thing you wanted, if everyone was bullish, it was for the price maybe to try to regain above the 200 moving average and not to hold it and literally just move to downside. In this case on Nasdaq, for example, we are already breaking new lows with the opening today.
But that's kind of
go ahead. Sorry, Dirk. No, just to reference, because you mentioned the uncertainty, there is actually this interesting chart in here that on the 3-month average of economic policy uncertainty index, we are basically reaching levels of COVID. This is not normal. Okay, so this literally shows uncertainty that you're mentioning, Dirk, in terms of why maybe people are literally rushing or going into gold and running away from risk on assets. This is virtually a representation of what you said, because it just talked exactly about this uncertainty where we are right now.
We can see that also in the levels of the VIX, for example, which is
VIX.
trading quite high again. Do you have it there? Because I, honestly speaking, rarely look at it. Like one thing I noticed also, if we look not only at stocks, you can see maybe even more predominant the same, for example, on Bitcoin. So I'm looking here now at the S&P 500. Is really that, in my opinion, we are seeing a break of structure. Yeah? We had this nice uptrend for a long time where we had always lows, higher lows, followed by higher highs, and it was really textbook technical analysis, in my opinion, what we saw. And now we have this break of structure here suddenly, because after the last high here in the S&P 500 we saw, we not only fell below our bull market support band, so that's this slim green and red line here, which usually is a great tool in a bull market and also in a bear market to find entries into long or short positions once an asset starts trending. We also made a new lower low and a new lower high, which is a total break of structure. This low lower than the low we saw here. So what we are seeing right now is a new structure forming, which for the moment at least seems to be quite a severe bear market. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to continue on this trajectory. We could also be like a structure, something similar to what we saw here, for example, where we see a correction and then later on the market continues to the upside. It is a little bit unusual what we see, because it's different from the last patterns, stock market patterns we saw during the last 3 presidencies. So under Barack Obama's second term, under Donald Trump's first term, under Joe Biden's first and only term, we always saw like 1 year of nicely performing stock markets. This is from the day of election, November, projected 1 year into the future. And then things got a little bit more complicated, let's say, for 1.5 to 2 years until the bull market resumed again. So what we see right here from now under Donald Trump from the election, this is highly unusual. This is kind of a pattern we have not seen so far. So I really like to call what we are seeing at the moment on the markets. It's not like due to really fundamental reasons what we're seeing. Yeah, there's a fear of recession, but it's not that predominant at the moment. It's really due to one singular person or a group of people surrounding Donald Trump. Maybe you could call them, this ominous agenda 2025, or whatever. But this is the reason. This is the guy sitting there talking about terrorists, tweeting, maybe sometimes faster than thinking about what is good and what is not to tweet at the moment. But this is a highly unusual pattern. We can see that also the same unusualness, I would like to call it pattern-wise, if we compare, for example, how's the global money supply at the moment doing. That is the blue line here. So global money supply M2, that means like basically all the cash that is available worldwide, not only cash, but also like short-term matured account balances, like on your checking account or your saving account. So every bit of money that is easily accessible without having to wait for a long time, that is not bound in real estate, for example, also. And what we can see, like really throughout time, we always saw kind of a high correlation between what the money supply, so the red line, was doing, and what, the money supply, the red line here, and the blue line, the S&P 500, was doing. So when money supply went up, stocks usually went up. When money supply went down, stocks went down. When it kind of was going sideways, we usually were also sideways. But what we see at the moment is kind of a detachment from that. We are seeing the money supply almost at all-time highs, but stocks struggling. Now, if I would lay Bitcoin over this, you would see the same picture, because Bitcoin and the S&P 500, of course, very high correlated. We would see the same picture. And this can end two ways, in my opinion. Either we sooner or later see the correlation picking up again. That would mean that the S&P 500 needs to catch up again. That would probably mean we sooner or later would see the all-time highs again. or we see the money supply coming down. I don't know what the reason for that should be, because we are out of the era of quantitative tightening, where the central banks are more restrictive when it comes to money printing. At the moment, when the interest rates go lower again, that would mean that more money probably is printed again, more money is going into circulation, because it's for banks, it's for corporations easier to access money. It's easier to get a credit, to get a loan when the bank is not as restrictive, when the interest rates are not so high. So we could see a catching up effect again. However, as I said many times before, we also come from an environment where we had the 2 to 10 year treasury spread, the yield spread, the so-called inverting. We are in a zone of inversion for quite a long time, and I think I have a chart for that too. Didn't prepare it. Hold on. Yields curve. Here we go. The yield curve. Is it? No, it's not. Not this one. That's always the thing, sometimes I change things on my chart and then I accidentally save. Here we go. This is actually the one I was looking for. So the difference between a 10-year treasury bill, when you give your money for 10 years to the US government, you get interest rate for that, and a 2-year treasury bill, so the same for 2 years. Normally, you would always think that when I give my money out of my hands for a longer time, I probably should receive more, a higher interest rate for that. Just makes sense, But sometimes this inverts, that you get higher interest rates, higher yields for short-term treasury bills than for long-term. And this is then called an inversion of a yield curve. Now, every time, and that's no joke, every time since I think the 1950s or 40s, this has happened. It meant sooner or later we're going to see a recession and declining stock markets. This happens usually when we come out of this area where the yield curve inverts. So when the yield gets back to normal levels again, like you saw here, very briefly saw that during COVID, and we come out of the longest period, to my knowledge, that we've ever seen an inverted yield curve. So that the yield curve has been basically inverted since May 2022, so for almost 2 years now. And we just recently came out, let's say 1.5 years out of that. And as I said, usually this means a recession. So if a recession is not coming, this would be the first time that ever happened. So maybe what we're seeing here is just the beginning, what we saw in the stock market. My personal opinion, I talked a lot about this a couple of months ago, was actually that we are probably going to see the effects of this in late 2024. So the late third quarter, early or mid fourth quarter of 2025, sorry, not 2024, because that kind of would have matched also the natural cycle we see from this presidential election pattern that I was talking about just now. So this one here, that also kind of would match the natural pattern we see usually for Bitcoin, that we see, every 4 years, a peak in the price of Bitcoin, and then we go 1 year into the bear market. So everything would have nicely aligned, in my opinion, if it would have developed normally. But we are now, having this Trump effect that we really couldn't really forecast. I didn't think he would win the election, and even after he won it, I didn't think like really we would see something like we're seeing at the moment with all of the tariffs coming in. So it's problematic times. It doesn't concern us much in our live trading, scalping, and so on. But one thing you have to have in the back of your mind, as long as this kind of risk-off environment persists at the moment, as the market is uncertain, I wouldn't necessarily bet on short positions, for example, in gold. That's quite dangerous, as we have seen. The best trade would have been, buy gold and just hold on to it, never sell it. But coming from me, as somebody who really doesn't like gold normally as a long-term investment.
That's an interesting analysis in there, and the difference between what Trump is doing right now, maybe comparing with the previous presidents. I think one of the reasons is because Trump doesn't have a second term to win this time, so he's literally on on the
Well,
rush.
I mean, he's talking about that as well, no? Like a potential third time. I think at the moment everything is possible there. Yeah, guys, out there, what do you want us to trade today? I mean, gold is a given as always. When I'm on, I told you earlier already. I'm waiting kind of for a pullback at the moment to re-entry into a long position. Anything else you would like us to have a look at, to analyze, to potentially trade also today? Of course, I don't want to force your hand, Pedro. But what do you normally trade? You said stocks.
No, US indices sometimes is something that is on my radar recently. So Nasdaq, S&P. I do like to trade oil every now and then as well, and then just major
oil.
FX pairs.
Really,
yeah,
oil
I
is
like
like my hate asset. I'm not kidding you. I lose every time I try to trade oil. So I haven't touched it in like probably 8 or 9 years.
Oil is an interesting one. Actually, last week I started to look a little bit for shorts as well. I got one in here, but now maybe we can go a little bit higher. For someone that also likes fundamentals, oil is always an interesting asset because it's mostly based also, as you know, in fundamentals. It's just the main thing with oil is that you need to find at least a server or broker that provides good spreads, because sometimes the spreads are not advantage and the swaps are quite high. So sometimes holding trades overnight can be, can take a hit on your P&L. But I like oil because also it's uncorrelated to almost everything else as well. So which creates interesting moves in here. But yes, the US indices is something that has been really on my radar. Like, I'm not surprised. I've been bearish a little bit. I've been bearish actually for a while now on US indices. Basically, the prediction of the top in there, it was something that whoever followed the stream before, that was my bias for a while. And just to comparing here between Nasdaq and S&P, just quickly in terms of the analysis, there was around this level in here that was created back on the 10th of September. Basically, in my opinion, this is a demand level. So I like to look at market structure, supply, demands, support, resistance, and Nasdaq didn't really react for me. Okay, so Nasdaq, beginning of March, when it paused and created these lows in here, it never really got closer to this demand zone, and then you start moving to the upside. The main difference is that S&P actually closed that gap. So when you're looking a little bit into this level, we can see that S&P actually got closer to here. So basically, Nasdaq stopped in there, and S&P actually came down and closed this gap. So I've been always then expecting for the S&P or for the Nasdaq in this case, to eventually move down again. I was expecting this just to be a retracement before price actually continue to move to the downside. And at this point, actually, Nasdaq is getting really close to at least to close that gap. Then we'll see if it actually holds it, or if it's going to continue to break lower and then it starts opening even further space. I'm a trader that I like to look for space in the market that I see that price can move towards to. For example, if price makes a resistance level, and eventually I'm expecting for price to maybe get to the next resistance level or something like that. But as you know, the market is not just, or doesn't just move in a straight line. Sometimes it breaks a resistance level, but it goes down before maybe goes up again to reach the next resistance level. But spaces is something that I really pay attention to.
It's kind of funny. Looks a little bit like the S&P 500 was front running the Nasdaq a bit. No, I would have expected like the more volatile move from the Nasdaq. Honestly speaking, like.
Yeah, the drop now, it has been more aggressive on the Nasdaq. So basically, the move that we had since last Wednesday, it was being a little bit more aggressive. And since when you're looking even where it broke the lows, so for example, S&P at this point hasn't really managed to break this last week's low, but Nasdaq already broke last week's low. But another aspect is that Nasdaq didn't really close this level before, but S&P already did it. So if I was about to look for something, maybe I could look for potentially still longs within the S&P without breaking the lows. But on Nasdaq, I was looking for price actually to break it. But actually, one asset that you mentioned, it was the VIX. I like to look at correlation a lot to look for high probability setups. Yeah. And VIX was one that was on my radar as well. So in terms of looking eventually for when price could bounce again to the upside, VIX was exactly on my radar. So anytime it gets anytime it gets a little bit close to 15, maybe close to 16, we see VIX going up again, and basically the opposite happens on US indices. And so that was something that also
kind of a fear gauge for the market, no?
Exactly.
Like when volatility is high, volatility usually is high, at least in traditional assets, when you have action to the downside, because
but in this case,
downside moves are more severe than upside moves. Although, of course, everything risk on is trending up over time.
Yeah, but in this case, it would be to actually use that information or to try to find where is actually maybe this level of support that you usually can see on the VIX, to use it as a potential then level where you can maybe look for the inverse moves on the S&P or on the Nasdaq. And that was basically also another reinforcement for me to look for that short on the S&P last week. It was also because VIX was getting really close to this level in here. So that was another reason for me to actually look for the short. So I like to look at different assets and different correlations to basically to validate the trading idea and to increase the probability of success of the idea. In here. But
it's
now
very important, of course, to look at if you're trading options, for example, on the S&P 500 Nasdaq. This is normally one of the essential indices you're going to look at the VIX, because the higher the VIX is, the more expensive an option is going to be, because there's a higher likelihood that it's going to reach its strike price. So it's a nice instrument when you are, for example, a seller of options, when you are the one getting the premium. Yeah, we will, of course, scalp gold today, but we need to see some action there today. At the moment, you can see the price is very flat. We're basically squeezed within my two moving averages I like to use as re-entry zones, the 21 EMA, the 50 EMA. That's why I said earlier I would like to see a reset now on that. And a reset for me would be that we either see something like this, a bounce up again, then coming back to the moving averages. This would be in re-entry for me. Or another potential re-entry we could look at is if we either see the 200 minutes moving averages catching up to price, or we see a move downside. Gotta understand, guys, of course, I don't want to entry trades here just on a hunch. I'm following my system. A lot of it is discretionary. I'm aware about this, but I'm not just jumping into the markets because I want to have clickety-click action. Yeah, we want to see good setups that, from our experience, are setups that can give you an edge. If we don't see them, that is not this is not something where you necessarily need to enter the market, because then it's just like gambling. Then I might as well roll a dice and decide whether I should go long or short, which could be which could give me an edge as well. Talking about gold, if you quickly allow me, Petro, I remember like a couple of weeks ago we were talking about on a stream that I think Victor was there as well. How high is the probability when we see moves like this in gold, where you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, or even 5 days in a row where you see green candles? Talking about how high is the probability of seeing a pullback then, like that the next day candle is going to be a red candle. And I actually did an analysis of this and found out that there is actually no real edge. So the baseline probability is that, meaning that after a green day, after a green candle, daily candle for gold, that you see a red candle, is at 49.3%. And this is data that goes all the way back to the 80s, by the way, 1980s. If we have like one positive day, one green candle, then the probability of seeing a red candle is at 52.9%. Now, prior to me doing this analysis, I was expecting the more green candles we see in a row, the higher the probability is that we see a red candle. But it's actually not true. If we, for example, see 5 days in a row in gold with green candles, the probability is also just 53.8% of seeing a red candle. And this shows, especially if we can have a look here at in ATR analysis later as well, that gold is really an asset that once it starts moving, it doesn't really look back. So there is no real edge in trying to be the contrarian trader in gold and trying to catch the tops and bottoms. That is once it has established a good trend, which of course at the moment is the case. Now I want to Henry is saying the sample size here. The sample size, as I said, was all the way back to the 80s. And this is just a first analysis. So you can see here the occurrences of 1 day, looking at if in all this data were 5,710 days where that happens, that the market went back then. What you could now, and I'm going to do that for additionally, is that you could look at is like the recent data showing a different picture than the historic data. So has there something changed in the behavior of gold? Or what I'm going to add is, for example, something like where is the point in moving away, for example, from the 200 minutes EMA, which is the blue line here on my chart, to see a pullback, for example, to the average true range or to the 200 EMA. These are like things I look at in order to see, is there an action edge, or is like this whole thing, or we see green day, so it means the next one is probably going to be red day. Is this just like rolling a dice, which it seems to be, in my opinion. Just that as a quick how to say, because I was saying the other day, I think it was 2 weeks ago, that I want to analyze this. So I have done that now to keep you guys updated on this. We are seeing this large uptrend. Victor, of course, would see sooner or later we're going to see a pullback. Absolutely true. I agree with it. But I want to wait until I really see that, also my charts telling me that. And on the 2-minute charts that I like to trade cryptocurrencies on, I'm trying to trade gold also on this. For me, really, this at the moment, what we see, this pattern here for the last, what is it, like half hour, is telling me market is flat. Sooner or later, we're going to see reset. It might be, of course, that reset, like volatility picking up again, is going to be not during at least our part of a live stream, but later, because that's the pattern we see very often, and at least I noticed that in gold, like London opens, we see a bit of volatility coming on in especially Mondays, and then the market kind of go sideways until New York later comes again, and then the volatility picks up again. So maybe I should ask Jonathan to change my time, so there's more action. So sorry, I interrupted you.
No, but that's an interesting study what you did in terms of forming or trying to look for.
And by the way, guys, you can now, if you would have asked me to do something like this like 3 years ago, it would probably have taken me like 2 to 3 days to do something like this, because I needed to code this all manually. You can literally do that within like 15 minutes when you use, for example, ChatGPT, or in my case, I use Claude AI for analysis like this. You really just download the data, tell it, hey, here's the data. For example, you have like the data of inflation and VA and gold. And then you can tell it something like, hey, can you do a correlation analysis for me to see like, oh, are they somehow correlated? Oh, they are correlated. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a causation also, but like like, for example, inflation influences the price of the S&P 500 or of gold. But with a high correlation, you have a higher likelihood of finding somehow an edge like in the market. You can then continue this until you find on lower time frames really like certain patterns that go into that direction. It's very interesting. I think sooner or later I'm going to do a course for that as well, how to do that.
That's really nice, and it's one of the benefits of even AI nowadays.
Absolutely,
in terms of analysis,
makes you so much more efficient. Really, the only thing you cannot like turn off your brain. Of course, you need to when you read through the analysis, you need to question it as well. Did the AI really do what I wanted it to do, or did it, like hallucinate and come up with just data which is not true?
Yeah, test proof the data is important as well. But at least it facilitates so much, and it can even help to create new ideas. Because back in the days when you had to do everything manual, it would be just too demanding to do so. Well, if anyone is looking at gold, I'm not really going to trade it, but just looking at the levels in here on the war time frame that I look. So basically, supply demands or what is fresh or what's not fresh. So basically, we created a top in here this morning. Price is kind of still respecting it. It already reacted from the supply. So with this small spike in here, it already reacted from supply. So if anyone was looking for shorts, that could be the level. And then I could see maybe a little bit further down, maybe at around 3,117, where maybe price could bounce. we had in here another demand zone which price basically already reacted from. As you can see, this one was left behind. Price already reacted from it, and then eventually we can maybe look for something in here back into this war extreme that price could also react from. So for longs, yeah, maybe around this level could be an idea, or then maybe wait for price to go a little bit lower before maybe regaining again the move to the upside. So those would be more or less the levels I'll be interested in. If price starts breaking below this level, then I think I'll be looking potentially for the next range, a little bit closer to this level again, to look for longs. So that would be
this is gold. Sorry, I thought you were on the S&P. I was like confused for a moment. I was like, hey, 3,000.
No.
Did something happen that I didn't see? But it's basically what you. Yeah, so what you say, for me, like if I look at the daily chart for gold, like the entry point at the moment would be also somewhere around 3,107, I think earlier I saw as a point there. So
yeah, this would be one of the levels as well. Yeah, that would be one of them.
But I don't know if we're going to see that. Let's see. I mean, sooner or later we're going to see a break to the downside, of course, but as long as the trend persists, I want to ride the wave to the upside with the help of the moving averages.
Yeah,
Amit,
exactly.
welcome. Also one of our very frequent guests here. How are you doing?
Yeah. Tell us, guys, as well, like if you're looking for trades on gold, are you looking for longs, shorts? Which levels are you looking at? So share with us as well what levels you are looking.
Tell us what you're trading at the moment.
Yeah, so we can look at it as well, and other assets that you'd like to look as well. Let us know. We can give our feedback and what you're looking.
I saw somebody asking about Ethereum earlier, so maybe 2 words on that. I know it's like probably nothing you trade on the 5ers. It's more like indices, stocks, Forex, of course. But since somebody asked here my 2 cents, didn't I have an Ethereum chart earlier here? Yeah, here we go. My 2 cents on Ethereum. I don't like Ethereum, and I never liked it because it's not what cryptocurrency is about. Cryptocurrency is all about decentralization. The only thing that's decentralized truly is Bitcoin. Since Ethereum changed from proof of work to proof of stake, it, in my opinion, has become fiat 2.0. The more you have, the more likely it is also if you stake it that you find a block. So that's one thing. And we see slowly, in my opinion at least, for Ethereum, what we see with most cryptocurrencies. And you can do this exercise for yourself. If you go, for example, here to CoinMarketCap, and you look, okay, where are we trading right now, price-wise? Yeah, we see here Bitcoin 81,000. If we compare these prices to where we were in 2021, end of March. So 4 years ago, we saw, okay, Bitcoin was at 55,000. That was in the midst of, or almost actually towards the end already of the bull market back then. We saw Ethereum was at around about 1,700 dollars. Sorry, we see Ethereum now around 1,800 US dollars. So it kind of has missed really the whole bull market, in my opinion. And if you scroll through all of these coins, not only Ethereum, all other altcoins, the picture you will usually find is, with exceptions, of course, no doubt about this, that the altcoins tend to perform much, much lower, or are even in price lower than they were 4 years ago. Not true for everything. If we look at Solana, for example, of course, still trading higher. Same here for Binance Coin. But I mean, we are looking at like thousands and thousands of altcoins that you potentially could invest in. So you want to, as much as possible, in my opinion, always stay in Bitcoin. That doesn't mean that Ethereum is not going to catch up, but we see on the cryptocurrency markets the same picture that we are seeing on the classic market. It's in risk-off environment within the cryptocurrency markets. And we can see this because Bitcoin dominance is going up. So it's at 62% right now. If you zoom out a little bit, in the beginning of a bull market was only at 41%. And this is very typical. That means like within the already risky environment of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin is kind of the gold there. like the risk of assets. So a lot of investors that aren't cryptocurrencies, they rather say, ooh, I don't know where the market is going. I think I'm better buy Bitcoin at the moment because within all that risk, it's the safest asset compared to something like Ethereum, compared to Dogecoin, Solana, Ripple, and all the other thousands of coins that aren't existing. I think I heard something like there are like over 10,000 new cryptocurrencies created every day at the moment. It's crazy. And I understand the craziness. If you look at platforms like pump.fum, it's insane. It's an insane asylum, in my opinion. So if you give me the choice now, I know I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. Long term, I always opt for Bitcoin. I don't care about Ethereum. I don't care about Solana. Solana, especially because it's centralized. The value of Bitcoin itself comes from the fact that it's the largest decentralized network in the world. It's so decentralized already with so much computational power behind it that nobody is realistically able to crack it anymore, to do a 51% attack. That would consume already significant monetary resources, even of countries like the USA. So that just very quickly on cryptocurrencies. I don't want to talk too much about cryptocurrencies because we, of course, want to concentrate on the assets that you usually are trading with the $5ers. So I saw a question here about dollar yen. Do you have an opinion on dollar yen at the moment? Or?
I can take a look into it.
Okay, let me change to you.
I can take a look.
Because I'm not heavily exposed at the moment in yen.
I'll take a look into it. Just to finish on Ethereum, I think it can still go a little bit lower because I do like to look at the majors as well. I think until Ethereum gets a little bit closer to 1,600, I think there's space to go to the downside. It also respected the top quite nicely in there. So Ethereum was actually a little bit more bearish. Bitcoin and Solana, we'll see price holds or not the current lows that we have. So that we'll see what will happen on Bitcoin at around that level. But in terms of the yen pairs, Chandra, you mentioned that you looked for a long now. You can maybe tell us what's your target and maybe what you're looking for. Before I actually look at the dollar yen, something that I like to pay attention to when I'm analyzing the yen pairs is to look at the yen index. Okay, so basically the yen index is the same as the dollar index, but for the yen pairs, and the correlation is quite amazing. At least the way yen index respects the levels. By levels, I mean against support, resistance, supply, demand, and so on. It's quite good. So again, when you're looking at the yen index, the individual yen pairs are going to do the opposite. So if the yen index goes up, the other ones, in theory, they should go down. So yes, at this point, yen index is actually reacting from an interesting supply level. So that could mean that we could see a little bit of selling pressure in here, which means that maybe the dollar yen could go actually higher a little bit from where it is right now. We did respect it again this low last week. It did respected an interesting level in here, so that was something also that we paid attention a little bit. Another aspect is that we actually had a little bit already a break of structure in here, which means that maybe price could actually try to go higher. So if this level could actually eventually break, this is actually the last supply level that we have in here. If price starts breaking above, I think we can then continue to push higher, which means that maybe the dollar yen and the yen pairs, they can actually continue to move lower. But now let's take a look into the dollar yen. So I already know that the yen index is reacting a little bit from this level. Let me just see if it actually managed to break anything or not, or if it's just kind of compressing on the way up. Basically price, as long as it holds this level, it maybe can continue to push higher. If it starts breaking below this level, then we can retest the lows in here. So we'll see what will happen in there. But in terms of the dollar yen, what we have in here is so basically what you would like to see is maybe dollar yen reacting also from some kind of demand zone, the same way that the yen index reacts from a supply. Maybe you'd like to see dollar yen reacting from a demand zone. However, remember that the dollar yen is also affected by the dollars, not just affected by what the yen is doing. This could be a good level. I think at this point, in terms of your long, is where is your target? What's your ambition in terms of target? Are you aiming for price to go all the way back to these highs? Maybe that's too ambitious. If you're maybe just looking for maybe price to retest something else in here, maybe that's possible, and maybe price actually could at least retest that level. So it might depend as well a little bit of what kind of trade actually you are looking for, what time frame you are looking to look for a long in here, because eventually also dollar yen, for example, it could go back into here, because the way I'm looking at it, I think basically price is trading within this range right now, and it respected quite nicely that extreme in here. So usually in my view, I always tend to see price eventually moving back to the extremes, either the top or the bottom. Now it's literally in the middle, maybe a 50% retracement. So we may have a little bit of a bounce, maybe for price continue to move to downside or not. But for that, yeah, these walls kind of need to be broken here. So yeah, this reaction is not bad. It's more about what kind of targets you are aiming for in here, and also kind of what exactly trade you are trying to attempt in here. That would be a bit more of my take on the dollar yen at this point. Personally, it wouldn't be a level that I'll be interested in buying at this point, because I do like to trade the extremes, not when price is in the middle.
So you are more of a contrarian trader,
yeah? I am more of a contrarian trader, but I do like to trade the extremes. So, for example, even if price is moving down, but then kind of retraces, maybe can agree that in the bigger picture, I may actually be trading in favor of the higher time frame trend. But I don't like to trade in the middle, so like in the 50% retracements. I like to trade literally at the extremes. Like everyone can choose the battlefield where they want to be involved in the market. I just prefer to be involved in the
and everybody likes a different battlefield by the end of the day. Yeah,
exactly. It's just where is the likelihood of having more manipulation. In my opinion, in the middle, you can have a bit more of manipulation of maybe price breaking structure, but then still going. At the extremes, it's a bit harder to have that manipulation, or you can see already manipulation happening before you potentially jump into the market.
Absolutely. So somebody, Alvin Jose, I guess is the name there, asking about pound sterling versus the US dollar. So, I mean, it's like, for me, it's like pound sterling. You can probably most times also look at the euro dollar. They move pretty much in sync here. But if I look here at the structure, and the one now that's on the 2-minute charts, it's I can only repeat, what I said on gold. And I saw earlier somebody asking about the moving averages. What I like to trade now, I rarely on a time frame that low trade Forex. I have to say that. So take it please with a grain of salt. But maybe like to give you kind of a view how I like to choose my trades. What I usually want to see is actually something like we saw here on pound sterling US dollar on cable this morning. I want to see really a nice pull through, can be to the upside or downside, through the 200 EMA. So that's not a simple moving average, the blue line, it's an exponential moving average. And then I wait for the pullback to either end the yellow line, which is the 21-minute EMA, the 21 EMA on the 2-minute time frame chart, or the red line, which is the 50 EMA. And to then enter a position into the direction of a trend, my stop loss would be a little bit over the blue line then in this case. So the 200 EMA, that way you can assure that you are trading with a trend. But if something like this, for example, happens where the market gets a bit choppy and starts trading sideways, which is the most difficult market, in my opinion, always to trade, then you don't risk too much. You get stopped out rather quickly again without having to add to your position, without risking too much on one position. I mean, you could, of course, also risk a lot on this position, but you're pretty set in your area where you can put your stop loss, in the area where you can put your take profit. So I would probably do the same. What I don't like about this setup from this morning, it shows already like that the trend, the US dollar strength in this case, is a big weakening again. Because when a trend like this establishes itself, you usually see the first pullback after the volatile move under or over the 200 EMA to already reverse here for the first move around the 21 EMA. Now here in this case, it almost moved all the way up to the 50 EMA. So the more predominant move would have been this one. Actually, we saw that was tonight. So of course I was still sleeping there already again, where we saw a long move without really going all the way back to the 21 EMA. By the way, up here I wouldn't have entered anymore because this already was quite a long move. So you want this pullback to the EMAs to not happen too far in the distance. You don't want the market to establish like long up and then going down and then enter the trade. This move should be hopefully most of the times on the first reaction where you see counter move to the move into the trending direction. And this is the same when I trade on the shorter time frames. I say I'm using a 2-minute time frame there. Why am I using a 2-minute time frame? Because this is a time frame not a lot of people are looking at. Everybody's looking at 1 minute. Everybody's looking at 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 13 minutes. I kind of made it for me the go-to thing to look at the odd charts or at the odd time frames, because very often I can spot things that I wouldn't have seen on the 5-minute charts, maybe because I'm old, I'm too slow to spot it. There are things that are faster, there are algos that are faster than me, obviously. So I like to use here kind of a 2-minute, 3-minute, sometimes also something like 8 or 9-minute time frames, which you can have accessible, I think, on TradingView. I'm not sure if you need to be a professional or premium subscriber there. I think I'm a premium subscriber. But it's something where you can find edge, in my opinion. And I apply the same to gold. Somebody just writing that gold is melting. It's not really melting yet, but it's doing what I was kind of hoping for earlier. So what we want to see now is if we really see it hitting here somewhere, the area of the 200 EMA, I will enter a long trade then. It's also not an optimal setup, to be honest with you, but for the sake of having a trade, then I will enter it there, should we see the move really up there. But it's still a little bit of space until, I mean, the 200 EMA, they're at 3,114, 115 at the moment. What is that? Help me. What is that here?
Yeah, I think let's look at yeah.
Okay, I'll hand that over to you again. It's Nasdaq, no? Yeah. But I mean, you gotta take Nasdaq at the moment with a grain of salt still, no? Because we are still pre-market. So I don't think like the futures really have volume already at the moment.
Yeah. And when I read, like, you just mentioned the comment before, like when they read like gold is melting, like when I read that, it's because my experience. I'm expecting like a 100. If someone says melting, I'm expecting like 100 pips down, 100 pops.
Yeah, I also thought, like, we went like $10 down or something like this.
And all of a sudden, it's like it's a 1 minute candle that is bearish. That's kind of, yeah, it's just maybe too reactive to what's happening.
That's the thing. Sometimes, when you're on the lower time frames, also you see like a large candle on a 1 minute time frame, you think, oh my god, what is happening? And when you look at it at an hourly time frame or daily, and it's like,
yeah, that's why I prefer to kind of always have a little bit more of a zoom out perspective, and then look into the time frame, maybe just for confirmations. Just before I go into Nasdaq, not Nasdaq, Dow. Just might take a little bit quick on the pound as well, and then someone asked as well some other pair. I think Euro pound. In my opinion, it's just a little bit in the ranging here. So, like 2 weeks ago or something like that, I've been looking for shorts eventually for price to make this move, and that move was completed. So basically, that's the same range that I was looking for price to fill, and it filled. So there is no break to the downside, which means that I'll be a little bit cautious with sales. And the zone that I actually wanted to look for potential shorts, it's still a little bit higher. So we had this spike in here. I think it was some kind of news that happened last week, but price didn't really reach the level that I wanted to be involved in. So I'm still waiting for price to eventually get closer to this level for potentially looking for for shorts. But I'll be even more bearish if we actually had managed to break a little bit below the structure. Then I think we could open the door for price to go even lower. But we actually managed to hold it. At this point, more intraday. Well, we have now kind of back into this demand zone. We fake out those highs, so maybe price even wants to go. I don't know. Maybe wants to go back into this level. So it can do whatever it wants within this level, basically, at this point. The pound. So it's intraday, yes. If you look into the 2 minutes, 1 minute time frame, maybe we can find some opportunities in there. A bit more into this 30 minutes, 1 hour time frame. Yeah, basically those are the two levels that I'm more focused on in here. In terms of the DAO, this was is the person looking for longs or short in here on the DAO?
Because the DAO, it was Nasdaq. The question? Or?
Is it Nasdaq? Okay, let's look at Nasdaq.
I might have missed that.
Yeah, it was the tech. It was Nasdaq. What you guys want to see on Nasdaq? What is your bias? What you want to look for longs already? You want to continue to look for shorts? What is the looks bearish? Okay, Nasdaq on the 20 exponential moving average looks bearish, most likely because price has been just moving to the downside. So usually the moving averages at this point, they should always they should be showing bearish signs. On Nasdaq, as I mentioned before, I'm looking for price to get closer to this demand zone. So that's a little bit of what I'm going to be looking for before looking for any kind of potential longs. So as long as price is kind of still around here, I'm going to wait for price to get into this level. And then the question mark is, okay, when price gets there, am I going to just look for longs straight away, or am I going to look for something else to happen before aiming to look for longs? Of course, I'm going to wait for some kind of confirmation before aiming for those longs. So price is basically ranging in a little bit in here. We open with a gap, so you may be expecting perhaps for price to fake out this range to the upside and potentially then move to the downside again. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had some kind of a move like that this today, because which we are ranging a little bit in here. I do believe that when you're looking into the lower time frame, everything that you are going to be looking at is to see I believe that maybe one of the thoughts that you have is, okay, if price breaks above this double top or the structure to the upside, I'm going to be looking for longs. Right? I believe that many people are going to be looking for this breakout setup. Just be careful until where we are looking for that target. If that happens, because we do have this gap, I think we do have this structure here, and price could react from it. And it also the previous level of structure that we had in here on the left side that we just broke. So be careful with a bit of any potential breakout setups that you may aim to potentially push straight away into that level. Maybe that's not going to happen straight away. A good example is exactly what happened in here. Right? You can imagine how many people were trying to look for longs as soon as price broke this top. Quite the opposite happened. Right? It was literally just a fake out, and price just continued to push it a little bit lower. So I would like to see price first and foremost getting or closing this gap in here. So touching that demand zone before looking for longs. If then I'm looking for any potential long in here, maybe actually I would like to see price breaking up, fake out then these lows, and kind of making it something like that. That could be the scenario in here. But before that, I'll be just a little bit more cautious in here. That's basically what I'll be looking for. Just be careful with breakout setups in here within that gap. Price may still want to push forward, especially into the US session.
Yeah, especially.
And someone asked about it. Yeah, especially in that. Someone also asked about DAX. We can just take a quick look at the DAX.
That would be interesting.
DAX was a great short. Yeah. Did you trade DAX? No, Dirk.
I do not, but I'm going to share my reasons for that. But you continue first.
Yeah. DAX, in my opinion, it basically filled the range. So the shorts from last week, it was actually a really nice short that price kind of provided in here. We had this literally supply level, price start breaking structure in here, and you had basically all this range in here to fill. Something that we already mentioned also last week is that price had already started to break some lows even though it may have not broken completely the structure. So there's a little bit of a difference sometimes. If you have kind of a clear demand zone in here, price kind of goes up, creates maybe this fake low in here and goes up. Even if you break this low in here, doesn't really mean that price is ready just to melt down from here. Okay, maybe price is just reacting from the demand zone and then it's going to the upside. So initially this low in here, at least on my view, it didn't really manage to break the full structure. I think the structure is more into this low, but it started to show some weakness by breaking lows. So you can start using that information, mentioning that, okay, maybe next time that price is approaching this level in here, this low is maybe already weak because it already broke the previous low. So it starts losing strength on this moment in here, which means that there's maybe not exactly the point to continue to look for a long in here. Just wait maybe for this low to be broken and potentially then start looking for something else. But we are literally starting to show basically this big turn in here as well, similar to what we had on S&P, Nasdaq, and so on. So I'll be paying attention. At this point, it's a little bit dangerous from what I can see in here to look for a long at this point. Again, you do have this gap in here. Maybe if you break below, maybe something like this could happen as a short. In terms to look for a long, maybe price can fake out this low. This low already reacted from this demand zone, so there's a lot of compression. By compression, I mean price already reacted from the level on the way up, so it already started to clean the orders on the way up, which makes them weaker. And we like to look for fresh zones to look for price to bounce from or to react from. So we'll see how price may react from these lows. Otherwise, we may actually just continue, and by continue, it's proper continue. We may have another big gap in here that you may want to go towards to. So there's maybe a little bit more of space for price to move to the downside in here on the DAX. But first, yeah, maybe I'll be looking for price to break that low before I'm for that. Yeah, that would be more of my take, to be honest. In here, the best opportunities it happened last week and the week before that, basically too short at the top. Now it's a little bit more trying to see price sustaining some range before potentially moving to the downside.
It's very interesting what you are saying there, because really, without us speaking about this prior to this is like the first thing just now when I look at the DAX chart that also sprung to my mind, or to my eye, to be more precise, that of course, we had same as we in all stock indices of the Western world. Let's put it like this: we saw really nice moves. However, one thing that is kind of my go-to strategy when I want to look for new long entries into stocks is the following. Like you see the blue line here. This is an 8 weeks moving average. This one down here, the so-called bull market support bands, so a simple and an exponential moving average. You can, by the way, also find this as an indicator here. And one thing I noticed in trending markets over and over again is that once price closes on a daily level below the 8 weeks moving average, you usually see the price extending down to the bull market support band, which in this case would be somewhere around, let's say, 21,400, 21,500 points.
I like that level.
Yeah, I like that level too.
Basically the same. Yeah.
If I would trade the DAX, which I don't, I'm primarily, if I touch stocks long term, and usually they are US stocks then, and not German stocks, because I think the economy has a lot of problems here. But that's a story for another day. But if you would ask me now, what would you do in the DAX at the moment? I would say I'm not necessarily going to short it now. I would wait, and if we really extend all the way down to the bull market support bands, 21,200 to 500, that zone somehow, you of course cannot precisely pinpoint where it's going to turn around. And then I say there's a high chance we're going to bounce off of that. It's not necessarily happening in 100% of the time, so don't get me wrong. Yeah, but this would be my go-to strategy where you can have a good risk-reward ratio, because your upside potential for sure is then larger than the stop loss you need to take on a trade like this. So probably that could be a trade with a potential 2, 3, or 4R in this case. So I'm actually going to monitor this if this really happens, because I think that could be one of the rare occasions where I then decide to touch the DAX.
Yeah, that will mean, so DAX at this point dropped basically 5%, 5.6% from the top. So that will mean,
I mean, how much
if it gets there, then it will be.
It's another like
more than 3%.
4%, you know, that we have potentially to the downside. Especially also since the DAX has outperformed the US stocks. Yeah, which is something like, this is why I said, like, I usually don't trade the DAX, but because when I was growing up, when I was learning my stakes, you know, when I was working at trading desks at banks, we kind of had this rule of thumb: don't touch the DAX. The later it is the day, because the later the day, when there's volume coming into the US in the S&P 500 future or the US markets opening, usually you saw the DAX just copying what the S&P 500 did. So it did not really have a life of its own. I don't know if it's still true. From what I see, not necessarily, because we saw an outperformance of the DAX. But I you know, it's like something I learned when I was still learning how to navigate the markets, and I've stuck to this ever since. This is why I never considered, you know, really trading the DAX, because I always want to trade the original instrument where the correlation stems from, not the one, you know, that is just copying what another asset is doing. It's difficult, changes over time, of course. This for sure, I'm going to maybe put in an alarm here on TradingView to have an eye on that, you know, if that really happens, to catch a potential long trade for sure. Because, I mean, you're right, you know, if that really happens now, that is quite a way we have corrected then also, you know, when we have corrected like 9% from the top already. This is already considered a crash when it comes to stock, a correction of almost 10%, 9%, 10%.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think this is like kind of a move you're looking at for as well. No, if you say I want to trade like extremes in the market.
Yeah, that's something that we'll pay attention to. Actually, for example,
by the way, guys, we are seeing gold breaking down, so I'm going to enter my little long position there now, as I promised. If I can find my MetaTrader, that is.
Yeah, we'll see how gold's going to react from here.
Yeah, it's a risky trade, though. I mean, it's, as I said, not ideally the zone where I normally would enter, but what the hell? So I'm going to buy half a lot there now. And let's see quickly. I'm going to switch over to the MetaTrader also in a moment. Let me just see. The thing is, of course, if we go down, there's a high likelihood that we're going to see a bottom signal here again. So I need to extend my stop probably all the way to down here, 3,102. And for that, let me quickly change here to, it's so annoying for the here on the software StreamYard we are using, that you cannot share more than one screen. So if I want to switch over here to my 5ers account, here we go. Can you see that one now? I think so. No,
not yet.
I need to edit. Here we go. That's it. So here you see my entry. I entered now gold at 3,115. As I said, I'm going to put my stop loss at 3,102. Here we go. So on this, we let it run now for a while. Yeah, let's see if we see the bounce back and the continuation of the bull market then again. We see, or if we see, which would be typical, no? Once I enter, to see a breakdown and a change in momentum.
So no target for now. You're going to let it run?
No, I'm going to kind of ride the wave. So there are. Oh, it's getting maybe a buy signal now from one of my indicators directly at the 200 moving average, which would be also something. And I haven't added the new screen. Here we go. So that could be potentially something. What I would do now in terms of exit strategies are two things. I either we break down when I'm stopped out potentially, or I see a bottom signal, then I probably would be stopped out but open a new long trade. If I see something like this here, like from one of our indicators, a sell signal, for example, or a local high, or a top alert, for example, or a combination of all these three, which would be nice because that means there's like confluence in the market, a bunch of price action, bunch of indicators pointing into the same direction. Then I would probably take my profit. Other than that, I mean, it has been with enough leeway, being the wise choice, of course, to just stay in your gold longs and have a stop loss far away. I remember Jonathan and I think 2 weeks ago, we were talking when we were just slightly over 3,000 trading, saying like, we should just buy it and hang to it. Of course, eventually the swap is going to eat you alive probably. But not an ideal trade. So again, guys, as always, it's like no financial advice. Just because that I'm doing that here right now, please don't copy it. We are here to inspire you to find your own trading strategy. But of course, we want to show you some stuff live also. So let's see how that turns out. Should I still be in that position after my part of the show, or our part of the show here is over? I'm going to update you later in the chat function of YouTube, of course, as well.
But that's a good target reason. Like, it's basically waiting for a sell signal before actually closing the trade. That's a good approach as well. An interesting approach of looking for eventually closing the target, which is really good, especially for a swing position. That's maybe actually the best idea. Instead of having a specific target to actually, let me actually wait for for price to show me the reversal or signs of inverting before closing. Otherwise, let's just keep the momentum going.
Fabian asking here, would you not take a short until the support bends? That is something you could do. However, as I said, we are really in a bull market structure here, and I don't like to trade against the trend. It could be very well the case that I get stopped out of it, that I pick that one occasion of the day, where we see a correction to my stop loss, and then we go up. I fell victim to something like this last week already. Could be, but even if that happens, if we see the pullback, I would still look for the long trade, because often you will see a bounce back of the 200 EMA here on the 2-minute time frame as well. Do you have an opinion on euro dollar at the moment?
I can take a look at it.
Or we have to wait for our EU expert, for Victor, who's probably going to join us in half an hour.
Yeah, I can take a look at the dollar index and the EU. Just one pair that I'm paying attention a little bit is the pound Aussie. So sometimes I'm looking as well at minor Forex pairs, just because it's approaching this top in here all the way back from COVID, basically. So I'm just trying to see what kind of reaction price we'll have now that it's approaching that level. Even though when I'm looking a little bit more into the bigger picture, I wouldn't be surprised if price actually eventually breaks this top and maybe gets a little bit closer into this structure. Basically, this top already broke some structure in here, so it could go a little bit higher into this stream. But that's way too into the daily or weekly time frame. A bit more into the lower time frame as price is approaching that. So those tops, basically, it's this line and that line. I'm going to be following. Something that the price hasn't really done is price hasn't really managed to break any structure to the downside. So if I want to try to kind of sell a double top setup, I want to see price already starting to show some signs of weakness even before it gets to the double top. Otherwise, if price just continues to always hold and to respect the previous level of support or the previous demand zone, it continues to show some strength. It's something that you guys can test. It's something that you guys can pay attention to and maybe start filtering or go study your previous trades if you do like to trade double tops or double bottoms. Maybe that's something that you can visualize. So what you can see is in here is that price at this level of resistance, and then actually created this demand zone when price finally broke. And since then, basically, it's respecting the levels. Respect this demand zone, then it respected the next demand zone. So there's not exactly any break of structure at this point in here. Of course, price can maybe bounce from this level that I had marked back into this support resistance, but that's going to be the only target available potentially in this trade. So if by any chance, by zooming out, looking at maybe price is reacting from a weekly high or whatever, and expecting price already to make such a big move to the downside, that's maybe not the right expectation of the trade that maybe price is presenting itself in here. So yeah, I'm going to be waiting for pound Aussie to get a little bit closer to the top, just to potentially look for some shorts. and managing my expectations as we go along with it. But when you're looking now at the dollar, at euro dollar, maybe you can also look at the dollar index and euro dollar, right? Basically, both are in alignment, so that's something that I'm looking for. So what we do have in here? It's an interesting one. Like at this point, dollar index and euro dollar, they are interesting in the sense that in the bigger picture, okay, at least on my view, in the bigger picture, I think we are still bearish, okay? Because price made out this move to the upside, then you start moving to downside, and we managed to break this low in here. Okay, so we managed to break that low within the structure that basically like 2 weeks ago. So in my view, in the bigger picture, I think price and the dollar does want to continue to move a little bit lower, maybe getting a little bit closer into this next level. However, a little bit more into the lower time frame. So let's pretend that this may be kind of a daily or weekly, and now maybe this is one maybe of a 4-hour or 1-hour time frame. We actually managed to break slightly above this structure. So maybe in the lower time frame, or kind of in this time frame in here, maybe we can actually go higher first before breaking these lows. Maybe we can go higher first before making this move down. Or price will just continue to respect now this level and move to downside, because what usually happens, or the levels that usually want to look for potential continuations, okay, let me just delete this one, is, so it's one of two things, or one of the two levels. So when you do have, sorry about the delay, guys, it's my laptop. So when you do have a range, okay, when you do have maybe a little bit of structure in here, usually price is going to try to use that level potentially to collect liquidity to continue to push lower. It can be kind of a source of a new selling order positions that can happen above this level for price to then continue without the need to go potentially back into a previous level of support resistance or whatever. Maybe some of you would call this maybe a fair value gap that's maybe inside here. I'm not really sure what names you want to call it, but usually it's either as soon as it breaks above this level, kind of finds straight away selling pressure and it just continues to push lower, and with the momentum that maybe you had from the last month or so, or it's going to actually break it and now it's going to go even higher, potentially back into the previous more in this case resistance, support, weekend resistance, something like that, before actually continue to now move to the downside. So we are in that interesting scenario where price just fake out at this level, and this could work maybe as an engulf to the upside, or it could work just as a level to now start pushing lower. I was indeed looking for a short in here on the DX, the XY last week, but price actually missed a little bit. But price missed a little bit my entry level. It was in here at the highs. Price actually ended up missing the zone I wanted to short it, so I didn't really manage to go to to get filled in there. This was a nice approach, and in here it's maybe a level where I could consider looking for a long. So in here, I could potentially consider looking for a long on the dollar index, not where price is right now. And basically what you're going to look at euro dollar is just the inverse situation, okay? It's literally just the opposite, which is kind of almost flipping the chart in here, where we have price breaking below the structure. So finally price broke below the structure. I'm actually curious to see how the euro dollar potentially is going to react from there. But when you are looking a little bit more into the bigger picture, we can also see that euro dollar broke above this high. I'm really curious to see eventually euro dollar getting closer in here to 1.02 or something like that. So that's kind of the zone where I would like to see euro dollar potentially starting to find some selling opportunity, or eventually even getting closer to this level in there. I really like this supply, by the way, which is fresh. But we did also manage to break below this level, which means that maybe price could also aim eventually to go towards this level in here. So it's one of those situations. If you want to trade still in the direction of this bullish momentum, maybe you can look for longs in here, or if you just want to look for longs when price gets into this level, that's also a scenario that you can look for. In here, it could potentially be a zone. If you are still thinking that maybe price wants to go lower, it can be a zone to potentially look for shorts, or price will use this supply level actually as a long. So wait maybe for price to break above it and then respect this level and push to the upside. So that's also an opportunity that you can look for. So that's a little bit more into the 1 hour, 4 hour time frame analysis that I'm having in here. More in intraday. Well, euro dollar is respecting basically this fresh supply that was in here. So that's kind of a valid level. and you may have this demand zone that maybe price can come back into it. So maybe price wants to fill this range today. In here, yeah, that's a little bit more of my take in here on the euro-dollar and the dollar index, which is interesting because we had kind of broke off structure both up and down. It's just more of which scale you want to look at.
Yeah, I very much agree with you. Earlier, there was a question from Hamed. Do you think the new trend for spending more on defense can potentially move the German economy and the EU? Yeah, I've been thinking about that lately as well. The thing is about the German defense industry. It's when you look at it in relation to the GDP, the overall German GDP, it's about 0.2%. Not of a GDP growth, I mean, of the whole effect on the German growth rate of the gross domestic product. If you compare that, for example, with what is always called like the motor of the German industry, which is automotive. Companies like Daimler, Audi, BMW, of course, although they are also declining at the moment because they have problems selling their cars, especially in China. This complete industry is at 7 to 8% of effect on the GDP. So there's a lot of catching up. But would mean there's a lot of weapons, tanks, and defense things to be produced, to catch up to this. So while there, of course, you see the effect on the individual companies like Rheinmetall, for example, who have performed quite nicely, of course, I don't think you will necessarily see like this being the driver within the EU, not only Germany, for a higher GDP. I think the effect of that is too low. And on the contrary, if really we see the crisis we are seeing in the Ukraine at the moment escalating, more defense production doesn't help the GDP too, because you're going to lose it on the other end, because a lot of industries would basically probably go to zero, like it is in a war. So on an individual stock level, yeah, I agree. Could be interesting if you like to invest in defense stocks. Personally, I don't do that, and but of course, that's everybody is different there. From the viewpoint of an economy, I don't think it's going to have that much effect.
Yeah, the reality is that it was around that moment when that budget was announced. I think $800 billion in the Eurozone. It was around that time that we had the big move to the upside on the euro, like 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. It was exactly around those
you have to see also, it's like one of the things, actually, in my opinion, Trump always criticized correctly is, hey, you guys in the EU, you are spending too less of your GDP on the defense sector. Especially in Germany, it was very low for decades, really. And now, of course, they're discussing like this huge additional amount of money they need to get from somewhere here in Germany, probably, through taking out more loans to modernize the whole army, because it's like really in shambles here in Germany. Not as bad as it used to be like 2 years ago, but still there's a lot of catching up to do. It's not modern at all. A lot of malfunctioning equipment. So there's a lot to do still, yeah. And like here, the Rascal also says, car manufacturing closing some of their factories. And that's not a good sign. And yeah, at the moment, Germany is still the strongest economy in the EU, but if you ask me, it's in a decline, and it has been for the past 20 to 30 years. Why? Because we have very high taxes. We have a lot of money that's deducted from your salary if you work here for social security, so for pension, for insurance, if you become uninsured and so on, if you become unemployed and so on and so forth, you can roughly say like, 40 to 50% of my gross salary is just gone every month. And then you have like rising rents, like you have almost everywhere in the world now. So it's very difficult. And that in an environment that is very bureaucratic. So if you are, I just stumbled upon an example for this bureaucracy, for example, is where there's a company in Berlin that is producing a liquor. And this liquor sells very well in Thailand. So they thought like, since the demand is so high there, we should build up a new production plant. And they wanted to build it in Berlin, actually, but they weren't able to because the process of applying for the construction of that building, you need the okay from the government to do something like this, took over 2 years. Not to mention all the other bureaucratic hurdles. So eventually they said, you know what, we're just going to build it in Thailand. They had it done within half a year. And that, by the core, is the problem that Germany has. I don't want to. I could go on for hours and hours, because as me, I run a company here as well, a couple of companies actually. It's like my daily, if I still would have hair, probably I would have pulled it out because of that already. It's crazy.
It's across Europe as well. In Portugal, to be the same thing. It's a big problem. That's why it's so hard to compete then with US or other.
Yeah, and it's typical the EU. The EU is always says like, oh, we are the best in regulating things. It's like, instead of producing cars, we are the best in designing the traffic signs. it's like nobody needs that. And it's kind of comforting to hear that it's in Portugal kind of the same. So it seems to be EU problem, not only a German problem. But it's sad. And I see many companies here that traditionally have been in Germany, sometimes for 150 years, moving their production into non-EU countries, just because they say we cannot do this anymore. Now we have the energy costs being like super high in Germany, because 20 years ago somebody thought we only need to have green energy. We don't want nuclear energy in Germany anymore. Well, we're paying the price for that now. With companies paying something. I pay at home like 35 or 40 euro cent per kilowatt hour for electricity, which is crazy,
Yeah, it's the same process now in the UK as well. Like with the green energy, with the plan to be, I don't know, by 2035 or 2030 or something like that. Yeah. They have a clear target and a specific year they want to go full green.
We just.
But then, of course, that reflects on the price of everything.
And we kind of had like the same government re-elected now in Germany. Not same, but we do a coalition of the same again with a different chancellor. So it's more of the same, which will, in my opinion, probably lead to that we have the right-wing party in Germany, the AfD, being elected in 4 years, which is, I mean, I don't want to get too political here, but I've lived overseas for a long time, in America, in Asia also, and whenever I see severe right-wing moves, it never ends up well for minorities in that country, which is a shame, really. But anyway, nothing to do with trading here. Gold kind of having difficulties at the moment, coming over the 200 moving average again. So might be that we see compression first of the moving averages, and then the volatility breakout, hopefully to the upside. Stop loss is set. Take profit is not set. I'm going to do that on the fly once I see the according signals there. So, as I said, because I probably have to leave in about 10 minutes. I have a vaccination appointment today at the doctor. But for sure, I'm going to update you guys later here on the chat function in YouTube with my YouTube account, so you know what happened to that position.
So when you're trading now the moving averages, so we saw the price breaking those small ones, retesting now, kind of getting close to the bull one, which is the longer moving average. But now that price kind of is coming back, and kind of the moving average now is getting closer again. What do you usually expecting here? You expect kind of the reaction of price to bounce from them and kind of just continue to move lower. So basically what I'm asking is, are you expecting the red and the yellow to bounce from the bull and go up, or kind of eventually the red and the yellow to
yes, I'm expecting that. As I said earlier, it's something I normally would not so much trade. So my preferred trade is really always waiting for the nice and volatile breakouts. Like the one like we see here, and then the pullback, that is my preferred. But since we are in this bull market structure, there's a good chance we bounce off here already. So I don't want to risk waiting all the way until maybe down here, until I get something like a bottom signal there, for example, on the lower band here, because it might take it out. I could be like unlucky, of course, when we see something like this, where we saw quite a significant move to the downside. That is the case. That's why my stop loss is a little bit here under 3,102, to give it a little bit more leeway, to the downside. And for me to risk, I think I'm going to risk, what is that, like 0.7% if I get stepped out there. So that's a nice because on the upside, probably I could see something like a 2 or 3R in this trade. But it's a bit of a guess. It's like I said, normally I would wait for the breakout. But I want to do a live trade, obviously, as well. I don't just want to talk 2 hours about trading and what I hypothetically would do, but to also show something, not my ID set. That's also why I said, guys, please don't, just copy everything we are doing here. Use it as inspiration to add to your own box of tools for trading. Because you always have to think about what about when we stopped live streaming? Then you're back to square one if you haven't developed your own strategy.
Yeah, but it makes sense. Like the example we showed before, actually, it was maybe a great buy entry when the moving averages went below the bull and then they come across again above the bull line. That was a perfect entry. The example we showed before.
It's all about dynamics, really. You want to see,
exactly.
And this is like the discretional part about trading, because how do you define like a dynamic move? Is that like a certain slope you see in a moving average? Is that like a number of green candles or whatever? I mean, I'm using here Heiken Ashi candles anyway to see the average price, because on those lower time frames, if I just use normal candles, there's a lot of noise in my opinion. So I rather want to look at the average price there. But also that's just a personal choice that works for me. It's all about momentum, if you want to call it. If I trade into the trend direction, I want to see momentum. I want to see something that helps me to indicate this is a strong move that I'm seeing here.
Yeah, that
it doesn't work.
Example.
Yeah, that it doesn't work just by saying, it's like every time we touch the moving average, you can see it can still go down there, or the trend reverses, like into a bearish structure could also be the case. This is a strong move, really pulling through the moving averages here very nicely earlier, like piercing all three to the upside, then coming down again. Of course, if you would have waited here for it to touch the 21 EMA, that also not happened, but you for sure could have gotten into the trade here and still have a nice upside here until the sell signal up here. But there's of course a lot of could have, should have. Sadly, that move happened when I was still sound asleep at 4 a.m. That's not usually the time I trade on a Monday morning.
It tends to happen sometimes.
It tends to happen.
Asian session.
Really, especially on Mondays, no? And in cryptos, we see a lot of that, like being front run on Sundays. There's a lot, very often, a lot of trading action on Sunday afternoons in Europe in crypto. I think when the Asian markets slowly come in, and they are starting to reposition, or they trade like what they expect is going to be the opening during the EU session for the stock markets, kind of trying to front run things, probably.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, guys, any more pairs, assets that you want us to pay attention to? Let us know in the comments so we can take a look into it. Any more comments? Still comments about Europe. Welcome everyone that are here. Don't forget to press the like button as well. So let's keep increasing. Let's show Jonathan that you are doing a good job in here on his absence.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raskal, you had a question before to me, I think, when you're talking about the top, where the top reacted from.
Crude oil, somebody's saying.
Yeah, crude oil. I can take a look at crude oil.
Yeah, that would be interesting for me as well, since I'm notoriously bad at judging what oil is going to do.
Yeah, let me just bring oil. So, like, what do we know about oil? Like, so basically, since Trump won the election, basically he wants the price of oil to go down, mostly because he's trying to look at oil as an edge to the potential increase of inflation due to the tariffs. So he's looking at least the energy prices if continue to move lower, and at least that could kind of edge itself out. So we actually had, like, so around this point in the year, that's when it was the inauguration, like 2019 of January, and we had the move to downside. We actually managed to break important structure. Basically, we went all the way from $80 to 65, basically. So it was a considerable move to the downside, and even managed to go below this level of support that hold price for many months at the end of 2024, and even managed to break below this low. So basically, we touched slightly into levels of back 23. Another question mark is, are we going to just continue to move to downside from here or not? Something else that was mentioned a couple of weeks ago within the OPEC members is that they were looking to, I think, increase the production, okay, of oil, which means that in theory, if you increase the production of something, usually that can bring the price slightly down because there is more demand. And without this uncertainty within the economy at this point, maybe the supply side, maybe it's going to go down a little bit. So that could be another factor. And maybe that was already reflected a little bit. That's why maybe we had also this continuation of move to the downside a few weeks ago. But that was supposed to start in April. So the increase of production of oil from the OPEC members, that was mentioned to start in April, which is interesting. But meanwhile, we have Trump now threatening with tariffs Venezuela. So basically everyone that buys oil from Venezuela is going to get tariffed. So that was one of them. And as Dirk mentioned in the morning, apparently Trump is also starting to look at Russia oil and potentially threaten putting some tariffs in there as well. So that just brings even more uncertainty within the prices of oil. Now, oil tends to do well when the economy is strong, when there is demand, because countries are going to use it. If there's a lot of uncertainty, maybe the price of oil can move slightly lower. Now, we are at this interesting level. I think maybe around 65, 70, it can be maybe an interesting range. You can see how many times price in the past reacted from around this level in here. So that's potentially still a range that price may want to continue to move or to be traded in between. So that's also something that happens many times with oil, is that you want to imagine that the OPEC members also, they don't want just the price of oil to completely crash or to go too much lower, because then they are not making money, right? So they still want to continue to sustain the price of oil at a certain level where they can still make money, because that's how most of them basically generate a lot of income for their countries and personal income as well. So more into the today's section, or maybe what you can be looking at in here. Last week, I actually started to look a little bit for shorts. Okay, so when I saw price approaching this potential level of support resistance in here within this structure, I started to look for shorts. So that's why I actually took a short last week around this level. Why? Because I actually started to see price breaking some structuring here, so starting to show a little bit of weakness. Then I just waited for price to get into this supply level, and that's why I looked for a short last week. But then price basically filled the range that I was looking for, basically come back into this demand zone, and now I'm a little bit more of wait and see. If price continues to move a little bit more to the upside, I think there's more potential to look for shorts. But at the same time, if price maybe continues to hold this level, maybe can look for long. Something interesting with oil as well, and you can basically just zoom out a little bit, and you're going to have that idea, is that price doesn't just move in one direction or then the other direction. As you can see, the price of oil, they go up and down quite often, which means that regardless if you are bullish or bearish, if you don't have a good strategy in here and you maybe wait for price to react from a good level, at least intraday, it's possible for you to find opportunities either to buy or basically to sell as well. So that's also another interesting characteristic of oil, of trading oil, is exactly that. Like you can even see inside here, but perhaps you could have tried to sell basically like I did in here. But if you wanted to look for longs as well, maybe you could have looked for a long in there, or again another sell in here, another long in here. And as you can see, price does tend to bounce quite a lot within levels or within the ranges. So that's also another characteristic. Personally, at this point, I would like to see price of oil going slightly higher before looking for another sell. Something that you can also do as an exercise is just try to go back and try to see where maybe there are some fresh levels of, again, fair value gaps or whatever you want to call it, where you think that price usually bounce from. Try to see which levels are still fresh that maybe eventually price could go and react from. For example, that one, I think I like it in there. So yeah, at this point, I already took the short I wanted from this level. I would like to see price now continue to move slightly higher before looking for new shorts in here. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking for. In here again, eventually in the bigger picture, I think we can have a bigger retracement back into this level. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Why is the price of oil so low? Yeah, still so expensive. That's a good question. Like that's most likely it's because of the tax that the countries also apply when like I think in Portugal, for example, I think basically the government was putting almost a 50% tax. So basically, if the cost was 1, you end up paying 2 at the pump line, because that's where governments also make a lot of money, is by taxing petrol and stuff like that.
Tax, I think, and it's also this phenomenon. Once you have as a company, once the consumer of your products gets used to a higher price, you're not necessarily going to lower the price again. Yeah. And so people get used to higher prices. Most of the people don't look at the oil price. If I ask my circle of friends who are not in somewhere in finance and ask them, hey, what's the WTI oil price at the moment, they probably cannot tell me about this. And especially in Germany, there are like signs of an oil cartel. So the different gas suppliers like Aral, I don't want to mention main company names now here. They kind of talk to each other to determine, where the price is at the moment. It's one of the reasons why I actually very rarely take a car. I do most of the stuff either by walking or by taking the bicycle nowadays.
Yes, true. But that's one of the problems. Yes, it's how the fees that goes into in addition to the price itself.
How much do you pay for gas, like diesel, for example, in Portugal at the moment?
Well, I live in UK, so I'm not really sure, but it was around like 190 or 19. Also, like sometimes it can go into that, like when
like pound sterling or what?
No, euros. If we're talking in euros in Portugal, it will be kind of around maybe 1.7, 1.8.
Yeah, that's same here. Like diesel, I think last time I looked like 170, 180, something like this.
Euro. The difference is that in German, you get the salaries, the average salary is maybe 3 times higher than in Portugal. So that has a cost. Like many people that live in the
might be true. Yeah.
Many people that live nearby Spain, they prefer to go to Spain to fill to put petrol on the car and then come back, which is much cheaper in Spain.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to leave you guys now. As I said, I have an appointment to get a vaccination. Actually, all of my family are going together to get a vaccination because the summer is coming. It was a pleasure doing this with you, Petro. I think in a couple of minutes you'll get somebody else to your side to join as well. And looking forward to doing that again. And guys, please remember, smash that like button. Really, we're not seeing so much likes today. I only saw like 7 or 8 likes on YouTube. That cannot be, leave us a like. That really was fun. As I said, going to update you guys later again on that gold trade. And probably we're going to see each other also maybe 1 or 2 or 3 minutes later that day, depending on what the markets show us. So many economic indicators coming out, so much data. For sure going to be an exciting week. So, yeah, take care. It was a pleasure, Petro. See you next time.
It was a pleasure. See you next time. All right. Guys, tell me what you want us to look at. I cannot really make any changes on the settings on the layouts, but tell us what you want to look at, and keep pressing that like button. Apparently, Derasco mentioned that is 127, so that's perfect. What assets? Tell me. What can we look at? It's okay. Someone asked the franc Swiss yen. That's an asset that I don't really look at. So let me just CFH. Yeah, GPY. So let me take a look at that one, because I actually don't usually look at it. You guys, some of you guys really like the exotic assets, which is quite interesting. What's for it? Tips and tricks. What is your okay? You are looking for a long option. Okay, potentially. Can you tell me about any targets, any levels that you are looking for? Let me just zoom out a little bit to see the bigger picture. This is actually kind of an interesting way, maybe for you guys to see how I look at the empty chart for the first time that I'm looking at this. yeah, basically you can see that price respected that's level in there, so that's not bad. What else do we have? Price already also came all the way back in here, so basically that's kind of a good reaction from this low. Already reacted from the extreme in here, it's not bad. And then come back again reacted again from the extreme in here. That's not bad either. Again, reacted from that level. And now basically it's already respected this demand zone, which eventually could go into something in here, maybe a bit lower. Just look at the daily. Okay. We actually are in this bullish momentum. Okay, there's a compression, price respected that level. We can maybe draw some kind of trend line in here, just to see more or less what's going on in there. Okay, so price respected. Yeah, price kind of respected a good level at around this level in here. So basically, a level that I like to look at sometimes where price does tend to react quite nicely as well is basically the last demand zone of supply, the last demand zone that created the impulse to the upside, or basically the last impulse to the upside. So basically it's around this level where price pushed higher. Usually around this level in here is quite an important one. Either for price to hold and go up, or when there is kind of the flip zone for price to come back and react from in the future. So that's usually a nice level to track and to pay attention how price eventually is going to react from it in the future. So that's kind of a nice one. We had definitely all these stops in here, so price just literally fake out all this structure. So that was great. And yeah, maybe you may have this demand zone where price maybe can bounce a little bit from around this level. The price already spiked quite a lot in here. So the way price already spent a lot of time in here. This could have been a good long in here. Price already reacted from it. Yeah, basically price is within this range. This break in here could be potentially considered as a long or kind of a break to the upside. So that's something to bear in mind. Question mark is price does want to go higher from here or not. We don't have this previous structure as well. Yeah, which goes more or less in alignment. So you mentioned that you're looking for a long, right? 1 second, euro pound. Okay, I'll be before I even look for a long, I'll be waiting. Okay, price is literally compressing. Something that I like in here is that price is starting to slow down, making this movement in here. Price is starting to not have that much momentum. So I'll be curious to see maybe how price may react from within this level. And above all, I'll be looking for price maybe to start taking one of these highs in here before looking for a long. So I would like at least maybe to see this high being taken and how price eventually is going to build up into potentially a long into here. So that will be a potential level. Maybe somewhere around here. Yes, maybe you may have a long somewhere around that level. I would even prefer to draw it a little bit lower, to be honest. Yeah, just keep tracking price. I wouldn't be looking for a long just yet. I'll wait a little bit for more confirmation, and maybe we can have some potential long attention. Then just how price may react from somewhere around this level again. Yeah. So yeah, that's a little bit of my take. So just keep tracking a little bit before maybe looking for a long. It depends on which target you're looking for on the time frame as well. So yeah, we'll see. I'll look at the gold in a bit. So we already looked at gold quite a while. I'm going to look at euro pound. I think someone mentioned also euro pound, and then euro Aussie, and then Aussie yen. All right, so let's start with euro pound. Euro pound, it was an interesting one as well last week. And by the way, when you mentioned which pair do you want us to look at, is it possible? Like, could you guys also mention, okay, what is your bias, kind of more or less what levels are you looking to trade? Because it's easier to try to be on your shoes if I know at least what time frame you are looking for. if it's more of a VTV kind of scalping setup, or it's more of a intraday opportunity. So that makes it a little bit easier when you're analyzing it in here. So let's look at euro pound. Yep. What do we have on euro pound? Euro pound, it's an interesting one, because this is basically, if you guys have been following the stream as well for a while, basically we're looking for that long in here, and then when price got closer to this level, that would make sense to start looking for a short. Why? Euro pound loves ranging. Okay, even when it starts creating a big impulse, then eventually kind of comes back into basically the origin of that impulse, and that's basically what we are having in here. It took a little bit of time for price to eventually move, to start kind of reversing, but eventually it starts moving to downside. I think there's a little bit more room to the downside in here on the euro pound. Personally, I don't think this low that was created in here, I don't think this low reached the final destination. So eventually I would like to see this low being taken, and after that maybe can continue to start looking for longs again. But it's already starting to be an interesting move as price is kind of compressing on the way down. Basically this top was respected, this top was respected. Now price is respecting this one in here. Maybe this one in here can also be interesting for a short. But personally, I'll be looking. Basically, it's where I have these two green marks. Okay, that's basically the two levels where I've been looking a bit more for starting to look for a long on euro pound. Price hasn't really reached that yet, so I'm going to continue to be patient and waiting for that in here. Hey, Adil. Welcome. So yeah, that's basically. Now, what are you looking for on euro pound? Are you looking for long, shorts? Kind of, are you expecting price to respect this top in here? Is that something that you're looking for? I actually like that price already kind of managed to break a little bit below this level. I think if you do break below this level again, I think we can potentially at least make a move to fill this level. It's not a bad. I'm not the biggest fan of this side. That's maybe my problem. But in terms of the price action here, it may be interesting because we start already breaking some structure. We already fake out the top. So yeah, let's see if we do manage to break below this level again. Maybe we can have this move to the downside in here one more time, or eventually even go below that low. Of course, when you're looking at euro pound, you can take a look at the euro dollar and pound dollar and try to see what's going on in there. Maybe that can also provide you some confluence or give you some confidence on the setups that you are looking for. Yeah. Then I think someone mentioned Euro Aussie as well, so you can look at Euro Aussie. Yep. So Euro Aussie, I think just by looking at this daily time frame, we can all agree that we are kind of bullish. Also on the weekly time frame, we can basically see that we are kind of bullish as well. So price got really nicely into this demand zone. So that was a perfect level, fake out that level, and price pushing higher. And let me just try to see a bit more on the left side if you have more information. So what we have in here is, this was COVID, I believe. Yeah, this was COVID. So this top in here was COVID. Price actually reacted nicely from kind of that supply level in there. And what we have, right? So basically, price broke this top. At least in here on the weekly time frame, you can all see it. Like basically, price broke slightly that top in there, which can start opening the door for price eventually to move to the upside. Okay, maybe try to go into that level. Maybe again, this is maybe a fair value gap, the way you look at it, but price already had the reactions because price already kind of fake out that top and move lower. But now where did price reacted from? Basically, it reacted from the previous level support resistance in here. So it's actually a good reaction that can lead into a continuation to the upside in here on the Euro Aussie. Because when you're looking for price kind of, if price breaks a structure on the left side without reaching the next one of the most high probability setups that you can look for potentially is if you do find that setup for a reversal, you have a clear target that you can aim for, either retest of this top or basically the retest of that level. There's a high probability that price eventually is going to then just retest it, and potentially that's going to be the level where you can look for a long in there. So that's a little bit of what we have in here on the higher time frame. Maybe just put a line in there just to be aware of that zone. And then when you are looking into the lower time frame, Yeah. So basically price retest exactly the demand zone. You can see that's a clear demand zone. This wall didn't react from it. Actually, that wall reacted from the support resistance in here. This wall, what am I going? This wall didn't react from it, and now this wall's finally reacted from the demand zone in here. So as price is moving to the upside, is there anything else that is fresh in here? That's the question mark. Now there's maybe this level exactly at the extreme, or maybe price already reacted slightly in there. And yeah, when you're looking in here, basically price already reacted. So price created the supply, price went down, reacted from it, went down again, and reacted from it. So basically you have 3 levels in here where price already bounced from. So it's not the strongest, okay? It's not the strongest level. So eventually this EUR could just continue to push higher. Of course, now you have this level that potentially price can retrace and continue. So if you're looking for a continuation here on the EUR, that potentially could be a level. We also broke also this structure in there. Yeah, maybe could have a little bit of a bounce and then just continue to push higher. Again, this top in here was a break to the upside on the left side, on the weekly time frame, whatever it may be. Price came all the way back, retested important level support resistance, and now is pushing higher. So personally, if by any chance I'll be looking for any shorts, maybe I would like to see how price may react from around this level, even fake out this top, maybe from around this level. But then I would need to see price starting to show some weakness. So I would like to see potentially price leaving this price below, then maybe fake out that low, could go higher. Like I would like to see kind of that potentially quasi model creation into here. Yeah, something like that happening at around there. Before that, yeah, let's just let it run. Let it run in here. What other pairs? And any questions, guys? James. No, I think more people are joining, Adil. Yeah, more people are joining. I would like some music though. If there was I don't know if Jonathan is on the bit controlling, but if there was a way to put some music, background music, that would be perfect. But I think someone is joining in a few minutes. I'm not going to be here alone. So James is in a sell on the pound dollar. James, what time frame are you looking at on the pound dollar? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the music. What's up, guys?
How you doing?
Analyzing the market. How are you doing today? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Happy Monday. What are you analyzing? What have you got cooking?
Yeah, I was just looking at well, didn't even know what I was looking for. What pair I was looking for just before?
Anything.
No, £0, Euro Aussie.
Anything with a good trade. Anything with a good trade.
People are looking at gold, as always. Yeah, Euro Pound. Yeah, I was looking at Euro Pound exactly as well. Yeah, just a few scenarios. Also, yeah, DJ Mike in the house. Yeah, I was looking at a few things. What are you looking at today? Do you have anything? Like when you're looking at your which asset or pair is unbalanced comparing it to last week? It's always nice to hear your perspective on that.
Had JPY.
JPY?
Had JPY. JPY is looking very, 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 very strong since the end of last week. Carried on its strength into today, still looking very strong. And the Canadian dollar is looking rather weak. So there's been a nice move on CAD JPY. Potentially a pullback. Potentially it's been chopping so far this morning, but possibly a pullback before we sell off further. So yeah, there's maybe a short-term scalp to the upside. It's just not forming a very nice pattern at the moment. But it is sitting a little bit of a distance away from the 200 EMA with some liquidity higher up. So I'm anticipating possibly something on CAD JPY. The other ones that are moving at the moment, let me pull up my screen. So the other one I'm looking at is possibly New Zealand Aussie against the JPY as well. So at the moment you can see there's a big divergence between them. The reason I was looking at CAD JPY is because you have the CAD strengths and weakness, and these two, they're still looking at it today, but I couldn't find any entries, whereas the JPY is just so strong against everything basically from last week and going into today. That's why I'm looking at the CAD against the others. So you could argue that maybe New Zealand dollar JPY, maybe a pullback opportunity. That's on the 5 minute. On the 15, it just looks like it's going to be continuing down. When you take it out to the daily, there's still movement to the downside. I would say it's a pretty solid move to the downside. The only thing is that we've opened the week without a wick. So today's candle being a Monday, it's obviously the beginning of the week, and it's also the daily candle as well has opened up without any wick whatsoever. So by the most expectations, I would expect price to come back at some point during the week to come and take that level. If we look at Aussie JPY as well, similar story, not as sudden. It shot straight down, but this could be an opportunity, where we had one already on the break and retest. This one could now be, where's my fib? There it is. Could now be a nice opportunity for buys on the Aussie dollar on the daily, where we've had this break of this structure here on the daily, and we could be in a nice buy zone, just on that low. So if we can't break this low here, then we might see a nice opportunity for Aussie JPY buys, because they're so divergent that you might see an opportunity to buy it up on the reaction. So Mike said the indices lady has never got it wrong. At least she doesn't have 100% win rate like the rest of us mortals. Who's the indices lady? I don't know, John. Who's the indices lady? You have to tell me. A wickless week, Henry. A wickless week. Exactly. So today's obviously a funny day because it's a Monday, but it's also the last day of the month and it's the last day of the quarter as well. So today is going to be a very, very interesting one to see how it plays out. We've got lots of stuff moving around. Gold has done all-time highs again. So there's all sorts of craziness happening. So I think there's going to be some opportunities, but I think it's going to be tricky to catch them clearly. I think they're going to be possibly some trades. Either way, you just risk off and just have really wide stops, and maybe lower your risk on your positions, or you just go all in and you just go, right, hell for leather. Let's just go wild and take a crazy position. I don't know. But who knows? At the moment, this might be a decent one. 15 minute retested this week has already taken these ones here, so you might already see Aussie dollar, Japanese yen opportunities for buys, quite possibly. So let me see what it looks like on my MT5. Yeah, I could see that as a nice buy opportunity actually. Looks decent. Stops below here. We're in that nice area, the break and retest. So it could be an interesting one. Bullish 1 hour candle on EU. Not convinced. I don't know. What do you think, Pedro? But I don't think that is. I think that. Let me just check. 54. Yeah, no, that's a perfect equal bottom. EU is going to sell off, I think, because that's a perfect equal bottom there. So on the 1 hour, and it looks like it's probably going to be on multiple time frames: 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour, 7 hour, 8 hour, 9 hour, 11 hour, 12 hour. Yeah,
everywhere. Yeah,
EU's going to sell.
I can see that. I agree with you. I think that way is going to be taken. Price kind of respected kind of an interesting level where it's starting to sell off today.
That is a massive sell entry. I mean, you could sell now on the 5 minute and even just look for the target there. So if you sold it now, not financial advice in case anyone's wondering, and you could get yourself a nice 1.6R by selling it from where it is right now, possibly.
Yeah,
that's what I would look at on EU. Mike, do you expect any reverse for gold, maybe to 3,100? Yes, but the problem is with gold is if you look at gold, at least on a fib level, if I take it out to the weekly, you had this big move up here, and then it pulled back down to the 76.40, and now it's pushed on up and it's gone past the 127.20. It doesn't look like it's going to stop. So I would be very, very careful trying to sell gold right now. It's not looking clean to me. If anything, the way this 1 hour candle is going, it actually looks bullish because it's taken the low of this bearish one, and it looks like it's going higher. Looking at it here, same on the 2 hour and the 3 hour. It's taken the low, and it could well be coming for this this high of 127.18. Yeah, that's what I'd be seeing on gold. So Hamid, I would be very, very, very careful. Let's keep it clean, shall we? Let's keep it clean. I don't pick bottoms. I just spot them. That's how we keep it clean. That's how we keep it clean. Let's see. But yeah, it looks on the 7. Actually, on the 7 and the 11, it looks all right for sells. I'll be honest, that could be a sell opportunity, Hamed. But as I say, it's risky because you got this liquidity levels here and here. On the 3 minute, what's it reacted from? That's an inside bar there. It's taken the last area of liquidity from that. So it could be in a sell, a short-term sell for now, but I don't know how far it will go, Hamed. That's what I would say. So, but what have you been looking at, Pedro?
I'm trying to readjust a little bit. It's interesting that the major FX pairs like euro dollar, pound dollar, dollar index, so they've been in a range in the last couple of weeks, which for some people that only trade those pairs, it's maybe not, or it has been quite hard to spot opportunities. While if you diverge a little bit more into US indices or gold, for example, you may actually find way better opportunities, at least with more volatility, more momentum as well. So yeah, I haven't really focused on euro dollar, pound dollar for the last 2 weeks, not on my radar. I'm paying attention to the US indices. So US indices is something that I'm looking at. We already covered a little bit this morning. So I think there's potential for more bearishness eventually. I was already bearish, even with the bounce. I was already bearish. I think Derascal mentioned something about the NAS. What are our thoughts on the Nasdaq? Since last week it looked like it was starting to recover, but now it moved even lower. I think that was already expected, at least on my view. Already the most showed it. Like if you put the 200 moving average on the daily time frame, you see that this bounce was literally reacting off the 200 moving average on the daily time frame, which can show some bearishness. It's not exactly something that you want to see, is price bouncing negatively from a 200 moving average on the daily time frame.
Yeah.
And Nasdaq, there was definitely more space to the downside. So I already looked at Nasdaq. I think Nasdaq, there's a clear demand zone where eventually wants to go to. And I'm going to be looking waiting for price to get there before looking for any longs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think
around that blue, I think that blue rectangle that you have there, kind of somewhere in there. I think
this the first one or the second one?
I'm even looking at the first one first.
Yeah.
But then price can actually continue to move forward.
Yeah, the first one, the reason I've marked that one out is because it was back in September. It was an engulfing candle to the upside, bullish engulfing. So it hasn't been tested yet. That area hasn't been retested. So there is major liquidity below it on multiple time frames, not just on the daily where it's an inside bar, but it's actually on, I think, on the 4-day. It's an inside bar. I think it might even be on the weekly as well. Yeah, it's an inside bar on the weekly as well. So this is a very weak low at the moment. So it's possible that it will actually come further down, even down to here, because if you look on the weekly, we are a long way off from the 200 EMA. So the last time we were actually at the 200 was back in January 23, so it was 2 years ago. So it's been quite a while on the weekly that we've come back to retest it. So it does feel as though we might just be starting to be on that bearish move for an extended period of time on the monthly. I mean, we've barely even started the 200, and we're now testing the 21 and the 50 further below it. So I can certainly see it coming down further. Looking at it on the daily, the only thing is this 200 on the 2-day. It's a hard one to call. I think if you read up about it in the markets, everyone is kind of sitting there going, what is Trump going to do next? Wednesday, supposedly all these tariffs are going to come into play. And I think the concern is that, okay, if the tariffs come into play, how does that play out? Because if you look at it, what he was talking about on, I think it was on Friday, all of a sudden he was happy with Canada, and he had no beef with Canada. There was no problem with Canada. Whereas for the previous 2-3 weeks, Canada was public enemy number one. So it just feels as though there is a lot of chop and change, and nobody really knows how to read his take on the economy, but also his take on foreign policy as well. All of a sudden, for the first time in I don't know how long, possibly the first time ever, he suddenly came out with some possible kind of negative comments about Putin and Russia. And, I think whether he's doing it on purpose or not is anybody's guess. Certainly any of us, unless somebody has insider knowledge. It just feels very, very uncertain for the markets to try and read what it is that he's saying and what it is that he's implying with various different comments. And whether that's by design or not, as I say, I don't know, but it's creating a lot of uncertainty. I mean, if you look at it, the German DAX today alone is down 1.6%. And we're already halfway through the day on a Monday morning. The Nikkei is down 1.5%. All of the others, I mean, the FTSE is down 1%, and pre-open, the US indices are all on average down about 0.5%. That's not small figures. Those are pretty significant reductions. So yeah, I would be really I am really cautious about trading any of these major things, because I just think there is too many things at play. Hamed says he's the master of manipulation. I'm not sure what he's the master of, Hamed, but he's certainly making a mockery out of many of us with our trade ideas. Aussie JPY though is on its move. I took a quick entry on the Aussie JPY, just looking at that setup, and it looks really nice for that buy right now. So on the 15-minute, I just took an entry. Just where's my entry? 93286. So just there. That's my entry. My stop is just down here. Where do I see us going to? I'd like to see us come probably up to here to retest this wick before we probably then start to see sells coming back in again. But then we're on the daily in the demand zone, you know, on the break and retest. So we'll see. I'll be keeping an eye on that one. It certainly looks like a nice area. We've not been able to break this wick here. If we take that out onto higher time frames, there's a lot of wicks that it hasn't broken so far. That 7-hour candle is closing in 9 minutes. If we can continue to push up in the last 10 minutes or 9 minutes of that candle, then it could be a nice indication of more bullish momentum, at least for a period of time. Probably on a slower pace. So rather than coming straight down, probably going something like that, I would say, rather than just jumping straight back up. But as I say, it's the end of the month. It's the end of the quarter. It's a Monday. It's a very, very strange day, I would say, in many ways, to be trying to trade and trying to catch something.
Yeah, usually the volatility at the end of the month is more reflected into the US session, especially in the afternoon. When you think that usually the volatility or the liquidity would slow down, there's maybe some movements in there that can still affect the market. So that's usually when you see it, which is important to know. At least expect that volatility on this day. And as you mentioned, it's also the end of Q1, so it's also in the end of the quarter. It's interesting how the yen. It's actually interesting. So today, as you saw, like the Aussie, it's actually is moving to downside quite aggressively, and New Zealand as well. But the yen index is actually kind of reacting from a good supply level. So traditionally, then, if the yen index is reacting from a supply level, then potentially we can see the yen pairs moving to the upside, which may be in alignment with that double bottom that you see now on the Aussie yen. Which is nice. What we can have eventually is that if the Aussie dollar by any chance does continue to move lower, but the yen index also starts moving lower, you may have a little bit of a ranging market on the Aussie yen, because when it's moving lower, the other one is also moving lower. It's kind of now it creates a range.
It's exactly right. Exactly right. You know, if we look at it on the daily, I mean, I've marked it out. You know, we've broken out of this structure here, pulled back down, reacted off this wick, and pushed on up. That's what I'm looking for, the break and retest on a daily. But you know, is it feasible? Is it possible that, you know, it could just do this, you know, up and down? You know, that's more than viable. It's more than possible. You know, on the daily chart, that especially given the uncertainty. I read somewhere that what's John saying? Stop listening to ICT, trade reversals. John, let everyone trade what they want to trade. That's what I would say. Trade what you see. We have a lot of profitable traders with the 5ers who trade ICT. So like him or loathe him, people are making money from it. So who are we to judge? The guy himself is the controversy. His strategy and what people see and what people get from it is making money for some people. So yeah, who knows? But yeah, I think it's more than possible that we could be in a consolidation area for some time. I was reading that there was a Oh, okay, an inside joke. Fair enough, John. Fair enough. All right. And yes, Eid Mubarak as well, Adil, to all of those of you watching who are celebrating. So, yeah, I saw an article that basically there was a surprise amongst, I think it was Australians, where Trump is proposing tariffs, but Australia actually has a trade deficit with the US, not the other way around. So why introduce tariffs against Australia when they've already got a trade deficit against you? Do you see what I mean?
Sure.
You know,
I got it.
It just
seems you want to apply tariffs on the opposite, not.
Yeah, it just seems okay, applying tariffs for the sake of tariffs, which seems a bit daft. Am I right, Henry? Henry's saying yes. So yeah. USD JPY is already in my direction. Would there be any reversal at some point? Please check. USD JPY is already in my direction.
Yeah, I think that was a trade we talked about already this morning. I think he was wrong. So price is actually moving.
It is. Talked about it. It has come and taken these levels here. I was looking at this morning actually on the AlphaBeta Lab stream. It opened without a wick overnight, so I wouldn't necessarily expect the longs to hold for too long, but certainly for now, granted the current 15-minute candle doesn't look great. I mean, I don't know where your entry is, Sly, but I would say you're looking okay for now. Generally, I would still say it's bearish, because if you look at this one here, it started with an inside bar. Granted, it's not wickless, but it is an inside bar on the 15-minute, so it's not a very strong low, and it hasn't really started with anything here either. So there's nothing. Maybe on the 50-minute, looking more bullish. 90-minute less so. I'm waiting to see what it does around here. The 149,648. Don't know if that links in with your TP or not, but that's probably what I'd be looking for, which would probably take you closer to the MAs. But if you look at how they're crossing over, to me it looks like it's going to go short at the moment. Henry says, yes, I'm right. Thank you very much, Henry. Appreciate the confirmation. So, yeah, as I say, who knows? Who knows what is going on in Trump's head? It's anybody's guess. Absolutely anybody's guess.
I think it's in an urgency, right? So he has 4 years to do something, but he also, it's not 4 years. He actually has 2 years, because in middle of his term is going to be midterms, and he cannot have the economy going down in 2 years from now. I think that's why it's in such an urgency to apply everything that he's doing right now. Like he's basically like 2 or 3 months now in office, and the amount of things that he already done in 2 or 3 months, like it's mad. Like you didn't see anyone else acting with this kind of urgency, comparing with anyone like with the previous presidents. And he knows that he doesn't. He only has 4 years. What do we know about Trump? He has a big ego, right? So he's for sure he's not going to want to say that by the end of his term the stock market was down from what it was when he started. So for sure he wants to see this one moving upwards. I think it's more of a necessary pain. At least that's why I see it. Not just in terms of Doge and everything, but in terms of also kind of restart this commercial, like worldwide trade that we are seeing right now. And in this head is making a big bet in the US economy, basically, that is going to be able to sustain all these tariffs and the repatriations of from the other countries into the US, and the beliefs that is going to come up on top. Okay, he's acting as a little bit as a bully. He's acting as the he's trying to basically reset a little bit all these deals that were been made in the past. And he has literally around 12 months to make it work. He has 12 months to make it work. Because I don't think like any other president, you at this point you'll be concerned. Okay, I want actually the economy to do well and the stock market to do well while I'm here. I think it's okay to let me maybe have the first 12 months negatively, try to reset everything that I'm trying to do, and then start seeing the profits and the benefits of everything that we have done for the first 12 months. I think that's of course midterm is going to be an important one, but mostly by the end of year 4. He wants crypto to do well because he's a big advocate for crypto. For sure, he wants to see Bitcoin way higher than it is right now by the end of his term. And he's for sure is going to, when the time is due, he's going to start mentioning more stuff about crypto and the economy as well. Yeah. So that's something that we know about him. Now, the process that he does it is has his own plan. Not everyone understands it. The market, of course, is afraid of it, scared. With the levels of uncertainty that we have right now, but if we zoom out a little bit, after, kind of aside from this, maybe 1 month or the next 3 months, I think we can see more or less the plan that he's trying to go towards. If it's going to achieve, that's a different story. But we need to have it in perspective.
The only thing that I wonder about is you said about, I agree with you. His ego will play a big part in things, and that he doesn't want to be seen as a president who oversees a drop in the stock market and all those sorts of things. But I don't think that's necessarily stopped him in the past. In terms of what I mean by that is, even if he did oversee a drop in the stock market, even if he did oversee whatever, he will never admit to it. He will never acknowledge it. He will simply dismiss it as fake news and no, that never happened. Do you see what I mean? So deep down, yes, it might damage his ego, but it's never going to be public. And already.
Yeah, but in terms of when you're looking at stock market, that's a number, right? If you're going to see VHV by the 4th of November or the 20th of January when he took charge, 4 years later, where is it? That you cannot hide that, and that was a big thing that he was always saying in the past, especially at the end of the first term. Is the stock market was higher than when I left.
This was where is it, the ruler, right? So where did he come into power? He came into power here, right? So that was his.
16. It's 2006. It was 16.
He came into power 17. He actually was inaugurated in 2017.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And when did Biden came in?
So in November, like if you check back, in November that's when the election was, and then January it got. Because that's a tricky one with US as well, right? Because when should we start it? When he actually starts, or when he wins the election? Because that's a completely shift already of mentality.
Exactly. So he oversaw technically 150% increase, which not sure if that figure is correct, but if we look at it from a points value, right, it went up by whatever it was, 7,000 points, right? If we then take from Biden, the point I'm trying to make is I'm not trying to get into the politics of all of this. I'm just simply trying to point out the fact that where were things? That was a 9,000 point increase, but as a percentage, it was less because the compounding and the percentage of something becomes smaller the bigger it is. I just don't think that necessarily he will care about what he says publicly. Deep down, he might be bothered. I'm not saying he won't be bothered, but I don't think even if the stock market did go down, I don't think he'll acknowledge it. The other thing to consider is that he did an interview with NBC over the weekend where he isn't ruling out a possible third term, which is technically against the Constitution. So
yeah, that would be mad. That's not.
That's not going to help matters, and that's going to just create more uncertainty. So, Amith is asking if Bitcoin will go back to 88. I don't think it will. I was looking at this morning. I don't think it will, because if you look at it on the daily, it sold off pretty hard on Saturday. Yesterday, it kind of just sat there. Today, it's already broken the lows. It hasn't broken. It hasn't broken this low, I don't think, from Tuesday 2 weeks ago. But I'm still of the belief that Bitcoin is going to have a pretty major sell-off still, even towards the 70,000 level. That's my own thought. I did see a request, trader, for oil. Oil, we got to look at the macro levels and the fundamentals. If we're looking from a technical perspective, we've broken off the 200 EMA on the 1 hour, and we're crossing over the 4 hour at the moment. We've taken all of these highs, but we haven't taken this one yet. But again, looking at what Trump has been talking about, he has talked about secondary tariffs on Russian oil, and he has also talked about bombing Iran if they don't come to the negotiations table. So again, that's creating an element of uncertainty with regard to oil. So that again could bump up the price of oil. I'm struggling to call things at the moment. Since Trump has come into power, I'm really struggling to call things out as I would normally see them. Even on gold, you know, everyone's trying to short gold. I mean, you try and short gold in this market, that's just asking for trouble. You know, all it takes is something to come out in the news, and you know, anything can just tip it one way or the other. You know, where did we open on gold today? That was our open. We spiked up, came back down, retested this level, and shoom, off we go. Now, that was in the middle of Asia session at 3 in the morning, so 2 a.m. GMT. That's just Asia. And that's all because of these tariffs. All because of the preemption of the tariffs. So it's a really, really kind of sticky market to try and trade right now, where nothing to me is clear. I don't know how about you feel. I mean, you mentioned it about Euro USD and GU, that they've been ranging for quite some time, and I agree with you. They have. I mean, just look at that as price action, right? That's just on the 1 hour. You know, yes, we had this big move where we had a lot of bearish momentum at the beginning of the month, right? At the end of February, we had that, but otherwise, that's just one massive range. We look at it on the daily; it's just sitting there. It's just consolidating. There's no breakout to either side on the daily at the moment. Don't you think?
Yeah, it's just a consolidation now. I think bigger picture. Well, I'm a bit more bullish. When you're looking at euro dollar, I'm a bit more bullish in the bigger picture. I think price still wants to go higher. The pound, it's not so certain, but I'm a bit more bullish on the euro dollar. In here, there's some way that I'm a bit more bearish on the dollar index. In the bit when you're looking at the daily time frame, for example, right, I'm a bit more bearish on the dollar index. But the pound is. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen at around that level. It can go higher, of course. We had that big impulse to the upside, as I mentioned, beginning of the month. This may be just a retracement before price goes up again, or this level is going to hold and price will retest back into that.
Pound was showing quite a bit of strength this morning. That strength has weakened now, as you can see, against the euro and against the US dollar. And against the Swiss franc. It's still showing some strength against the Aussie and the New Zealand and the CAD, but it's starting to weaken now against the others, and it was already weak against the yen, because the yen is just ridiculously strong. I mean, if you look at it here, I mean, it's almost 1% up against the Aussie dollar, 0.8 up against New Zealand dollar. It's very, very strong right now. not an easy currency to trade at the best of times. But the yen right now is just it's pounding everything. So we will see.
Something interesting about the yen that I noticed. So when you had the CPI like 2 weeks ago, the normal CPI, there was not a big move on the dollar pairs and stuff, but the yen actually reacted. There was a lot of momentum on the yen pairs on that specific day. So there may be a play with yen. I don't know if the carry trade is still in play or not. But then on this Friday again, we had the core PCE, and again it was slightly higher than expected. And one of the pairs that moved the most, again, it was the yen pairs. So it's interesting that we had 2 CPI data coming in the US middle of the month and now last Friday, and one of the assets that actually moved the most, it was the yen, not even the dollar. Which is interesting. And we are looking at the Nikkei. Yeah, the Nikkei, I think there's a much more bearishness potentially on the Nikkei, which eventually can lead the yen index to the upside, because usually kind of that goes into the opposite, which then can lead into more bearishness on the yen pairs. Yeah, it's just interesting because again we don't really know, because there's a big thing, right, in terms of the interest rates in Japan and US, and essentially that carry trade, people moving the money where the interest rate may be higher or not, and trying to see when eventually the Fed's going to start cutting rates, so that way may be different. Yeah, it's just something to pay attention to. At this point.
Completely agree. Bruno saying the Iran thing is just a stupid thing by a stupid guy. Trump was the guy that undid the agreement with Iran in the first mandate and now is threatening Iran. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you, Bruno. A lot of his policies, a lot of his decisions don't make sense. They obviously make sense to him, and they make sense to those around him for whatever reason, he wants to go with. So yeah.
Wasn't it because of the nuclear deal, or kind of try to force Iran to sign something about something nuclear?
So there was a nuclear deal in place, and he walked away from it. He pulled out of it, and now he's trying to get them back to. Part of me wonders whether he does these things just so he can turn around and say, "I'm the one that negotiated this deal. This was my deal, and so I'm the deal master," and all this sort of stuff. But then you look at the trade deal that he did with Mexico and Canada in his first term, and now he's criticizing and saying whoever made this trade deal is an idiot, but he was the one that did the trade deal. So it doesn't make any sense. He's criticizing, his own work, but not mentioning the fact that it was his work in the first place. The first time in history someone can be called stupid and everyone know who he is. If anyone knows, there's a guy called Jack Whitehall, and he's an English comedian. For some reason, my sister seems to think it's amusing to say that I look like him. I don't think I do, but he does a very interesting bit about the US where, he talks about the US president and everything else. I'm not going to try and repeat it because I'm not a comedian, but if you go on YouTube it yourself, look for Jack Whitehall and the US, I'm sure you'll find it, where he talks about Trump and what have you. So it's an amusing little tidbit that might make you giggle in all of the madness that we're in at the moment. That Aussie dollar JPY just isn't really moving as I would like it to. It's kind of stuck below the 21 EMA there. It might still push up, but yeah, that low there doesn't look particularly great. It's a perfect bottom, double bottom there on the 5 minute. So that will certainly be a liquidity area for price to come back and take. Whether it takes it now and then just carries on with its bearish move, I don't know. It's not showing any clarity right now. It's a perfect double bottom on the 1 minute as well, which means it's not great. It's not a great low, so it's a very weak low that could be targeted. So we'll see. Zcon, I'm not sure what trade you're referring to. This is a sell trade, not a buy. I'm not sure what it is you're referring to there, but let us know. And Rocky, we have looked at gold, but we can look at gold again. Gold isn't doing too much. It's found some support on the 1 minute, but that could mean anything. On the 5 minute, it's pushing down. I think we're probably going to retest these areas here. This is a nice strong area. If it can stay above here, not break this area, then that could be a nice area for buys. But as I said earlier, gold, just I don't know what I would do. Aussie JPY, yeah, I'm what do you want me to tell you, Z? I'm looking at a long. You've got it there on the chart. You can see it for various different reasons. If you don't see it, that's all good. You sell it, I'll buy it, and hopefully we can all make some money. So sorry, just Pedro, can you just give me a second? I'll just pull up your chart. So I'm just getting a message. Just need to check something.
Betty is asking for dollar franc Swiss. Betty, what is your what you would like to see on dollar franc Swiss? What is your buys? Are you looking for long, shorts? What are you looking for? Because when I'm looking at dollar franc Swiss, as you can see, we have been kind of trading within this range in the bigger picture. Okay, so basically you created this top, came all the way down, respected the top, came all the way down, respecting the low, and went to the top one more time, respecting really nicely that that's supply level. The price action overall, it was actually quite good in terms of reversal. And now basically we are trading, kind of respecting a little bit of this mid-range demand zone, which may be also a little bit in alignment with this previous level of support resistance. I don't think this low is necessarily the strongest low in terms of expecting price to just bounce from here and go all the way. I would prefer to actually see price going, I don't know, somewhere around this level or something like that before moving to the upside. In addition to that, before actually looking for a bigger reversal, of course, we need to see at least this high being broken. Like at least this level of structure needs to be broken for even considering price to go higher. Otherwise, we can just trade within this range in here, and that's basically maybe at this point what we are doing on the dollar franc Swiss, somewhere around this level. If you start zooming out. Okay, so again, bigger picture, we may go below these lows, but yes, we are kind of holding a little bit on this level of support. But I think we can eventually go below this low and even that one. Looking a little bit more into the lower time frame, we may have this demand zone. There's maybe still something at around this level that can still be fresh. Actually, something that you can do is go even lower into the lower time frame and try to see how price moved away from the level when it was created. So when we created that low, again, let me just try to get into that level. So when you created this bottom, how did price moved away from here? Okay, when you're looking into the 1 hours and net, you see a big impulse to the upside. But when you are looking a little bit more into the lower time frame, you may see that price. There's maybe a bit more story into this level. For example, we may have created this demand zone, which price already reacted from. Then you have basically a new demand zone, price reacted, and then you have a new demand zone, and price already reacted from it. All right, so price kind of spending a little bit of a few times reacting from this level, before finally pushing to the upside. As price was reacting from the level, it was actually still managing to break new highs. So this could have been, again, back in the days on the 20th of March, could have been a great long. So potentially there's maybe still something around here. You can even go to 1 minute to be even more clear. We can see that we have a wick in here. So maybe price didn't really react all the way from to the demand zone. So maybe there's still something in there that price can still react from. And as on 1 minute, price already is kind of spiked in here as well. So maybe that's a level, if you want to look for longs in here, maybe that's a level that we could potentially still consider, at least on my view. But again, something that we need to be aware of is that bigger picture that maybe price still wants to go lower. So price now reacted from this demand zone. And they are stuck within this range. Basically, dollar franc Swiss is literally stuck within this range, similar to the euro dollar, similar to the pound dollar. It's another dollar pair that is stuck in a range, which is, in the lower time frame, maybe we can find some spikes in here. In the bigger picture, maybe try to trade when price is getting closer to here, or try to short when price is getting closer to there. Maybe that would be the best option. Because in the middle, price can do whatever it wants. It can maybe go into there. It can maybe spike into here again. It can trade whatever it wants to do. Yeah, that's basically it. First trades. My main strategy. So I'm mostly looking at like market structure. Okay, so I'm looking for support resistance, supply demand. I'm looking for those key levels where usually price tends to react from. I'm a counter trend trader, so then I try to use that information, try to see where there are good levels that price eventually is going to react from, either as just a retracement. By retracement, I mean when price is kind of going up, maybe try to look for this kind of retracement, or then eventually for the full reversal, which is basically try to catch the bigger move to the downside, right? So those are two different type of opportunities. Either retrace, less expectations of the target, bigger reversal, maybe bigger expectation of catching a bigger trade. In addition to looking for support, supply demand, support resistance levels. I try to look for fresh orders. Okay, so basically those maybe supply demands that were left behind without price really touching it. For example, if you do have basically a supply level created in here when price basically created this move, let's pretend that price was kind of moving down. Okay, then all of a sudden create some kind of base in here and then it drops. Okay, let's pretend that this is the supply, and then when price retraces, it never really reacts from the level. Kind of it leaves this zone behind. So that becomes one of my favorite levels to in the future look for a trade. And in the future can be maybe now, maybe price can still go react and kind of creates a quasi model in here, or it can be only in the future when price then comes back into that level. So depending on when price goes there, there are different trades or different targets that I can look for, and different expectations that I can expect from that trade. So I like to when I'm looking for a trade, I like to find liquidity. So I like to find maybe a high or a low that eventually can attract traders into the wrong place. That liquidity can be created, for example, if this top in here is not created in here. Okay, so in this particular case, if this is the play and I'm looking for a shorts now on price as price is going up into this level, we can maybe already consider this high as potentially attracting liquidity. Most likely this high is going to be able to be seen on the daily, maybe even weekly time frame, for sure on a 4-hour time frame. So when you do have a daily high or daily top, or a weekly top, or a 4-hour top, you are going to imagine that many people are going to be looking to sales underneath that level. Perfect. Let attract as many double tops or triple tops at around this level, and let them accumulate as much liquidity and stop loss around that level, which is the real supply level that I want to trade from, and that's basically the trade I'm going to try to catch this move in here. So that will be kind of a clear opportunity that I'll be looking for. Another big aspect of my trading is the approach. Okay, how price is approaching towards that level. That's something that it matters to me. It's completely different if prices goes there just with momentum without kind of slowing down. It will be completely different if price starts to compress a little bit on the way to the supply level. and it's even more confident the price actually on the way up, it starts already breaking some structure to the downside and then still continue. Because this one, it's even weaker. It gives me even more confidence to look for the short in terms of reversal. And then I look for space in terms of where do I think that is my target. So that's basically, in a nutshell, basically what I try to look for. And I always start my trade or my trading idea with where is my target. Okay, I'm looking for the space. I'm looking for what target am I aiming for, and after that I can generate the trading idea that I'm going to be looking for in here. Yep, compression is always good. Compression is one of the best things you can look for. I do both. I do day trade. Swing trade is not exactly swing trade in terms of holding trades for many weeks. I don't really do that, but I can keep trades open for days. I don't mind that as long as kind of I'm in the right direction. But for that, usually I need to be really sharp in my I need to be sharp. I really need to be focused. Otherwise, for example, it was a mistake for me to close my S&P short that I took on Wednesday, which is from the top. And the reason I did that is because, again, I was not really looking at the bigger picture in that moment. I didn't pay attention, for example, that 200 moving average. I was expecting price to spend a little bit more time in there. And I didn't give myself the chance that actually could be the top. So that's like the analysis is good, but then is in terms of being able to read the bigger picture to actually have the confidence to hold the trade for longer. Otherwise, if you are just too much zooming into the daily time frame or into the intraday, you end up cutting your wins too short, and then you kind of regret it. But it's usually when I do catch those bigger trades is when and I'm in a good state of mind. I'm really sharp of everything that I'm reading in the market, so then it gives me the confidence to hold them for long. Yeah. Yeah, gold. Yeah, let's take a look at gold. I look at fundamentals. I don't really read those reports. I actually tried a little bit the other a couple of months ago, and beginning of this year. But it's always a little bit of a delay, right? Is that the data that comes out on Tuesday but becomes available on Friday? I think. I try to find some correlation or patterns that could be created in there, but maybe that would take maybe take a lot of time for me to start paying attention and to find the opportunities in there. So the way I look at fundamentals, I do pay attention to fundamentals. Mostly, I try to pay attention to what market is paying attention to. That's what I try to look for. Is it inflation? Is it unemployment? Is it tariffs? What is the market actually mostly paying attention to? What is affecting the market? What are the market participants mostly paying attention to? And that's mostly what I'm trying to identify. Because some periods is going to be unemployment. Maybe the market's going to be really paying attention to the NFP data, because maybe that's what the Fed is paying attention to in order to make a decision on the interest rate. At this point, in my opinion, it's still inflation. I think the Fed, the main thing that the Fed is paying attention to in order to make a decision to when cut rates is the inflation, and because of the tariffs, because of all this uncertainty that's going on. So I don't think the Fed is concerned whatsoever with unemployment, and the employment is low at around 4 or 4.1. So it's steady. There's no concern whatsoever. And you can see that based on the volatility that we get when those data come out. Okay, for example, if you look at the last 2 months of NFP, there was almost no movement. There is, of course, that volatility in the moment, but no movement whatsoever. When you have CPI, you can actually look at the CPI last Friday, or core CPI, or core PC in this case. There was a much bigger move happening in there. So those are just a few things that you can pay attention to.
I am okay. Dear Arsenal, I am all right. My apologies. I'm just sorting out a few bits and pieces. I see some people have been asking where's Jonathan today. So Jonathan is just taking care of some personal stuff. So that's why you got myself and Pedro at the moment. And so I'm just sorting out a few bits of scheduling in the background. So my apologies for not being totally focused on you, but I am here now, and I'm still keeping an eye on that Aussie dollar JPY. It's still in play. It's had a nice rejection on the 1 minute, saying it's going to leave this liquidity for the time being. I just want to see this now respected for us to then see some bullish momentum come back again.
Just give me 30 seconds. Be right back. 30 seconds.
Yeah, go for it. No worries. So that's a nice wick rejection that I'd like to see on this. If we can continue to close higher rather than pulling down as it is right now, then that would be great. Yeah, there's no denying this is going to be a liquidity level that price will want to come and take one way or the other, whether it does it now or whether it does it later. My hope is it does it later and it just shoots on up and comes for it later. So we'll see how that one plays out. But it might not do it. You never know. You never know with these things. You just gotta be careful where you place your trades and how you place them. I know a lot of you. I'm not watching that much live, but I am new. Can you explain me what's going on here? Kosher. Yeah. Anyone want to take that one for me? What's going on here? We're trading. You are a trader, so hopefully you know what trading is, or at least your name says you're a trader. So we're looking at the markets, looking at the markets, we're looking at the charts. We're trying to see what opportunities might be out there, and playing it from there. Basically, that's essentially it. You do have to account for bigger spreads. You do indeed. Absolutely right. TP on this one is let's have a look. It's basically up here where I'm expecting us to reaction up here. Price is already coming down to retest this engulfing candle, the bullish engulfing candle that we had an hour ago. So just want to see how price reacts from there. At the moment, ideally, I'd like to see us, for this trade to still be in play, I'd like us to maybe take this low and then have a nice reaction to the upside. But let's see. Gun, yeah, I'm not saying it's not bearish long term, because the Japanese yen is very, very strong. What I'm looking for is just to catch a small trade at the start of the week with a potential pullback. But then long term, looking at shorts as well. Brother, gold brother. Gold not doing anything. Nothing happening with gold. Very nice indeed, Garn. Very nice. Yeah, gold isn't doing much at all. Gold is in a range pretty much from today until we break either these lows here or these highs here. It's anybody's guess. Can I share my experience? Yes, I can. So I am I'm a trader for the last 2.5 years. Been trading with the 5ers for a year and a half, and started off as a moderator, and now I am part of the YouTube team and also part of the AlphaBeta lab. RC, literally gold. I mean, yeah, it's just going to chop you guys up. If you want to get into gold, be my guest. But until I see something concrete with gold, I'm not going to tell you, because it isn't showing me anything concrete right now. If you wanted me to say on just pure looking at this chart right this very second, it looks bearish. Right? It looks like we're going to sell off because we had a nice engulfing bearish candle on the last 15-minute candle there. But on the 1 hour, it was a bullish. So there's liquidity on either side. Until it starts taking some liquidity on either side, I couldn't tell you. There isn't a candle formation I would be looking for to suggest one way or the other. That's why I've marked this zone out. That's my area that I think is going to move. New York exchanges. Yeah, exactly. A little too early to tell. You got to wait for New York to open to be absolutely certain. If you see wicks in that area, that yes, potentially. If that doesn't get respected there, then we're selling, and then you just got to find an entry. But that is an area that I'm interested in to see potentially taken. But then there's support levels everywhere. So there's a significant area here, for example, in there, where it's then got liquidity below it. So again, it's got to come into this area and then see how it reacts from there. Right now, it's suddenly reacting with some bullish momentum, but that doesn't mean anything, because how did it start? It started with a perfect equal low right there. So definitely not longs just yet on gold. Just got to wait and see. Got to be patient. So yeah. So Kosher looks. I mean, I can't. I can't tell you how to trade or what to trade. That isn't really what this session is for. This stream is all about. What I'd recommend you do is go and have a look at some of the videos that we have on the 5ers stream, and get a feel for it. During this particular live stream, we're trading live. It's the live trading room. There's a bunch of us traders that come on. There's myself, there's Victor, there's Alex, there's Jonathan. Jonathan is kind of the main host. But as I said, he's got some personal bits and pieces that he's taking care of at the moment. Yeah, we have a whole host of different traders that jump in, give their insights, give their thoughts. So yeah, as well as Pedro, who's just in the background taking care of a few bits and pieces. There's a whole group of us, and yeah, we're here to share our thoughts, our ideas, our insights, and hopefully give you some food for thought and things to look at. So yeah. Henry says, look at the triangle on CAD JPY. Gold is pumping, but let's look at CAD JPY. On the 5 minute. Yeah, it's taken that one. Yes. It needs to break something though, Henry. That's the thing. It needs to break something. It's creating nasty little wickless candles below, so there's a liquidity trail below it, but then there is also liquidity above it. So yeah, not entirely convinced either way. Interestingly, Aussie JPY has taken that level that I had marked out there, and has reacted from it. So we are pushing up, but again, we're pushing up with liquidity left behind, which again goes to the bias of bears longer term, but possibly some bulls in the short term. So we'll see. On the 15 minute, it looks like it could be creating a nice reaction down here, and then going for bullish momentum again. So let's see. Would be a nice buy opportunity potentially, but as somebody said earlier, you've got to be careful of the spreads on Aussie dollar JPY, because they will be quite they'll be wider than the usual stuff you would see on, say, Euro USD or something like that. So yeah. Do you guys talk about Bitcoin? Yes, I do. Connect with me daily. Then you can go to the AlphaBeta lab, and you'll see me and a bunch of other traders in there It's a free community that you can join as well. So so feel free to have a look there. In fact, why not give my voice a break and give you guys a break from listening to my voice for a second, and you can hear all about the AlphaBeta Lab. 2 seconds, and we'll get there.
Traders, stop going at it alone. Now join the AlphaBeta Labs, a free online community built by traders for traders. Share your insights, drop value, and get rewarded for all of your contributions. Now there's no limits, there's no gatekeeping, all traders, all markets at all levels. So click in the description below and join us right now.
There you go. So there is all the information you need, Kosher, to join the AlphaBeta Lab. The link is in the description. Check it out. Anyone else that hasn't joined us yet, make sure you go and join. I've put the link up on the screen as well. thealphabetalab.com. It's a free community. We've got already over 600, I think almost 700 traders in there now, of all different types of trading. Doesn't just need to be Forex. You don't even need to be a The5ers member to join. It's all completely free. It is a educational community by traders for traders. So so do check it out, and let us know what you think. So yeah. In the meantime, we do have in a little while, coming up in just over 20 minutes, we've got Dr. Deanna Cole's going to be joining us over from the other side of the pond in the US. So she'll be looking at the US Open with myself and Pedro. And then later on, we might be doing some special little bits and pieces just to compensate for the change to our normal regular scheduling that we have here. Maybe we'll see if I can come up with some competition or something. Maybe should we do a competition or something later on? What do you guys think? Those of you who are normally in my Discord sessions over in the 5ers Discord, you might know what sort of competition I might do. But yeah, let me know if you're up for something like that, and we can get something going. Let's see. Jesus says, I'm a trader from Kenya, Africa, and I've been trading for 2.5 years. The only key to trading success is risk management and understanding more about liquidity. It's a bold statement to say, Jesus. Bold statement, because as others say, it's maybe not emotional intelligence, but it is most definitely self-control. For sure, self-control is a very key one. So yeah, discipline is probably even more important, I would say. Anybody can read the charts. You can read the charts and find a strategy that works for you and get your edge. But being able to keep to that edge, being able to keep your discipline and take profits when you need to take profits and all that sort of lovely stuff is very, very difficult. There you go. Exactly right, Henry. We might do a price prediction later on for some hub credits. If you guys want to stick around for that later on, make sure you stick around. But please do also make sure that you are smashing that like button, and make sure that you subscribe so that you're catching these sessions. We are live every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. And if you want us to be on Fridays, you've got to start liking and sharing and subscribing. We would like to do it, but we're only going to do it if you guys want it. So if you want to see us live on a Friday as well, make sure you like and subscribe, and share with all your trader friends as well. Let's have a look at gold again. If gold has reacted from that area, it has started to move already in that bullish momentum I mentioned earlier, but it's reacting from here now. So it's now going to bounce off there. So that looks like a nice sell opportunity for me. If we go in there, stops there, take profit down there. There you go. There's a nice 2R potentially on a gold scalp. It may not hold, but I'm expecting a reaction from this wick here. And because that has been such a big impulsive move, you might see a sell back down to this area here where you've got no wick on the candle just there. Let's see on the 1 hour. What have we created? Anything significant? Well, we've struggled to break that 1 hour candle. that wick. So we never came down as low as that. So if we take that down to the half hour, we're struggling now to break this one. So that's why I said we're in a range, because it doesn't look like we're in a particularly strong direction one way or the other. We're currently unable to break this 15-minute candle. So we'll see. There's another long wick on that one. If it can break these ones, then that probably negates my trade idea of a scalp down. But at the moment, it looks nice. A little bit of drawdown, but potentially a good one to sell off at the moment. So yeah. Emma, it's a gold sell on the 1 minute. So Garn is in a short as well. I would just be careful as to how long you think those shorts will hold on for, Garn. So are we doing the 60k subs giveaway celebration a different day? Maybe, Henry. Don't know. I'm not aware of the 60k subs giveaway celebration. Jonathan, if you're there and you're listening, can you tell me what is the 60k subs giveaway celebration? That'd be really useful. So yeah. So yeah. Oh, there we go. Look, there's that nice bearish momentum on gold coming down. So very, very nice. It is gold, Moxley C. It is gold. Wait for the open for gold. Nothing is clear. I'm just trading what I see. You could trade this sell right now that I've got on the screen. Looks semi-decent. The other one that I'm in at the moment is, which is sitting quite nicely, is this one here. And just waiting for some bullish momentum to finally creep in, which we might start to get with New York opening very soon. But looking for a buy, just a short-term buy over on Aussie dollar JPY. So there we go. Mike, what is your approach on using the DXY relative to EU GU? I do use it as a confluence to give me an understanding of where the dollar is going to go. But I don't necessarily look at it as the only confluence, because historically you would have said that the euro and the dollar and the pound and the dollar were kind of parallel, let's say, but that hasn't been the case lately. So I wouldn't necessarily count on choosing those as kind of married pairs, let's say. But it can certainly, I would look at the charts for the Dixie the same way I would look at any other chart. So if you want to know what I look for in a short and sweet version, what I'm looking for is the following. I am looking for a few things. First thing I'm looking for is I'm looking for liquidity. So that's actually not liquidity there. Liquidity for me is one of three things. One is an example here. That is if you look up here at the top of my screen here, where you've got the open, high, low, and close. You look at the open of that candle and the low of that candle, they are exactly the same to the cent. They're identical, which means that if I zoom in even closer, there is no wick whatsoever. Actually, there is a wick on that candle, so that's no longer valid. But normally there is no wick. If you can see a wick on there, then even if it says it on the cent, that's no longer valid. Okay, but I'm looking for a wickless candle. The other one I'm looking for is an example here, where we have perfect equal lows, and by equal lows I mean identical, exact same price. So here you have equal lows. Okay, and then the third one is an inside bar. So an inside bar is something like this one here, where the high and the low of the candle, let me draw it here. So this candle here, okay, this one doesn't take the high, and it doesn't take the low of the one before. That is therefore an inside bar, and any side of it that isn't taken, I see as major liquidity. Okay, so what do I do with that? Well, what I do is I then look for candle structure that suggests that these liquidity levels are either going to be hunted or are either going to be left behind for later. And that structure, in very simple terms, is going to be something like, let's go over here and let me just draw it for you guys. So it's going to be something like this. Let me just change my drawing settings. Okay, so if we have a candle that looks a little bit like this, and then we have another one, okay, and this one was a bearish one. Sorry, this one was a bullish one, and this one was a bearish one. Okay, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for where's my vertical line? There we go. No, don't want that one. Let me just draw it. I'm looking for something like this. Okay, there's my candle. There's my candle there. There's my candle there. And there's my candle there. Okay. What I'm looking for is, given that this is a bearish candle, what I'm looking for is price to chop around, chop around, chop around. And then what I'm looking for is I'm looking for price to come to this area here and test this wick. Okay. I want it to come and test that wick, and I want it to create, ideally, another engulfing bearish candle. That is how I find my entries. Ideally, somewhere in here, there's an inside bar or some of the other liquidity levels that have been taken, and then price then pulls back down for a bearish sell. So I'm always looking for these engulfing candles to the upside or the downside, and looking for how the wick gets tested. Yeah. Naresh, I suggest you change your monitor or your screen resolution, because I can see it perfectly. I'm sorry if you can't, but I haven't drawn anything overly complicated, so I can make it darker if you want. There you go. But I suggest maybe changing your screen resolution. How's that? Okay. Let's see. What else have we got going on? Haytham, I don't know. Maybe you can try. But the 5ers already gives very, very good subsidized spreads. So you're not going to get much better. Certainly across major pairs. The 5ers are going to give you the best spreads available in the market when it comes to a prop firm. You just won't get better. Very, very hard to get a better one. So yeah. So let's see. Let me just delete all of this. Actually, I might just do it from here. There we go. So that is what we're looking at when we're looking at those trades. Right now, gold is in a consolidation area, looking rather tricky, but I think it's still going to sell. It's just creating liquidity higher up. So we're probably going to see a sell-off come down for this area, possibly. So what I'd like to see is gold do something like this, come down to here, and then push on up. Just have to be conscious of the time, because the 1 hour candle right now is going to close as an inside bar. But what that means is it means that actually our level here becomes even stronger liquidity, because it then becomes an inside bar on the 1 hour, which means we have the low and the high for liquidity to be taken. So gold certainly looks good for sells right now, by the looks of things. So CAD JPY, is it moving as it is predicated? don't know. What did I say about CAD JPY? Let's have a look. Well, yes and no. It's still, well, it's broken the range technically here, but it hasn't broken this range here. So it's in an upward trend, I would say. If we're looking at it from the 5 minute, it is looking at an upward trend, and it's broken above the 2 EMAs here, but it's still then going to break the 200 as well. It does look bullish to me, but that then requires bearish Japanese yen, which somebody said was a bad call. Can't remember who it was. But right now, let's have a look. Aussie JPY still pushing on up. So we'll see. As I say, that's kind of what I'm looking for right now, is just the certainly these liquidity levels area to be taken, and then coming up onto the 15 minute and retesting this wick here that you can see there. So in which time frames are these EMAs are useful? It really depends on what your strategy is, if I'm honest. Sassy, you know, I'm not going to stand here and say this is how you should trade, because everyone has their own strategy and their own way of doing things. But what I would say is, if you have the 200, the 50 and the 21, they're nice areas of reaction. And Alex, who's normally on with me, he would add to that comment as well, because it's him who introduced them to me. Others would call it spaghetti indicators or a spaghetti chart. So it really just depends on your own preference. So yeah. How to use them? They're just Manny. They are simply suggestions of where price might be going. So they're a lagging indicator. They're an average of where is price going based on the previous 21 candles, the previous 50 candles, or the previous 200 candles. The further they are away from these, the more likely you are to see some kind of reaction, because price can't endlessly go up or go down. You know, they always have to return to the mean. So at the moment, as you can see on the 15 minute, for example, we are quite a way away from the 200 EMA. So, I mean, that seems a little bit ambitious given the fact that we've got this very strong bearish momentum. But the 200 EMA will catch up with price eventually, and it will tap and it will cross over, as you can see in multiple places. So what I would suggest you do is go and have a look. If you're not sure, go and have a look at something like Baby Pips and see what they say, because they've got some really good beginner advice if you're not sure. Jose, good morning. Don't know if I missed the analysis on the Euro USD. What analysis do you have for the Euro USD? I will look at that in a second. At some point, yes, eventually it will touch the 200. But when that will happen, my crystal ball isn't working today, Manny. Is there a news in 4 minutes for Euro USD? I believe there is. In 2 minutes, yep. So watch out, guys. I think it is on Forex Factory as well. It's technically all day, so actually you're fine for any high stakes challenge that you're doing. But yes, there is due to be the inflation rate for Germany in 2 minutes. So be careful. But essentially, it's just a consolidation of all of these from all the different regions. So I wouldn't worry too much, but it may well move things around a little bit. So just be careful that you don't get caught out on that one. But yeah, so Aussie dollar, JPY looking good on there. Gold, did it sell off? No, it's still chopping. It still can't decide what it wants to do, can it? So gold, though, with the 1 hour candle due to close, will now create, if I delete that arrow so we can see it a bit better, that will create this level as a 1 hour liquidity, but it will also create this level as a 1 hour liquidity as well, with that close due in a minute. So whether it's going to be that particular level or it's going to maybe create a higher high, I'm not sure, but certainly for the moment, it looks like it's going to create that inside bar, which then gives us liquidity on both sides of it. So yes, it is red flag news. So you do want to just be careful that you don't get caught out if there's going to be the consolidated rate, but I don't expect it to be a major market mover. Somebody did ask about Euro USD, so let's have a look at Euro USD. Euro USD, we are seeing basically nothing of great interest because we've created this equal low down here, perfect equal low as well. So we have a major liquidity level down here, and we're pretty much in this range right now. That started with the Asian. We've taken the Asia high, which was up here, pulled back down. We've created this low, but as I said, this low is perfect equal lows. So it looks likely that we will start to see a pullback. We've reacted off this candle here on the 30-minute. So let me just change that. So we've reacted off there, but we've created an inside bar on the 30-minute for either side for liquidity to be taken. So again, we're looking for, oh God, oh, who is that? Who's that?
Hello.
You guys asked, and here he is.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, mate. We can. How are you?
Nice. I'm good. How are you? Thanks for covering this whole day. We have a couple of people being sick, and I'm taking a day off, and so you're gonna see a lot of Mike here today. But it seems like people are liking what you're doing here because we got a lot of views, we got a lot of likes, and I just wanted to jump in and say that I've just activated the subscribers only chat. So if you want to write in the chat, make sure that you subscribe to the channel and make sure to hit that like as well. And also wanted to tell you guys that tomorrow I'm gonna do like a special live event where I'm going to cover a trading system that helped me got funded. So I'm gonna show you all the little details, everything, give you a blueprint of a specific trading system with all the checklists and everything, so you can try it out for yourself. And it's a profitable system, and it's the system I'm using, and that got me funded. Yeah.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Henry was asking about the 60K celebration giveaway or something. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I will make sure to cover that this week because I said I wanted to do this Monday, but then my fiance comes and says, "Do you remember that thing I told you 2 months ago about you having to take the day off on Monday?" She said that yesterday. I'm like, Of course I remember.
Of course I remember.
Of course I remember.
How would I forget? How could I possibly forget my?
We're gonna be doing that. We're gonna do a 60K celebration giveaway this week. Tomorrow I'm gonna share my system, and then Wednesday or Thursday we're going to do a giveaway celebratory live stream. All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm gonna take care of my my offsprings. I do have a responsibility as a man with children, so. He's currently eating ice cream, watching TV.
That's great responsible parenting.
Yeah. All right, guys. See you all tomorrow.
Cheers, Jonathan.
Take care.
So guys, the gold trade didn't hold, but it doesn't mean that it's invalidated. It just came and took that liquidity level on the 1 hour. So if we hold above this new high, that might still be a trade worth taking. We've broken this area. We've rejected off this. Now, this is the only thing I didn't notice before was this one. So it might still want to come up and actually retest this area, which you can see on the 3-minute up there, which I didn't notice earlier. So it has taken that high, and yeah, it's probably going to go for that one before it comes down here. This is still major liquidity down here. Because it's that equal low on the 1 minute. So let's keep an eye on that one. But those of you who are just joining and you're wondering who I am and what am I doing here? Well, you just saw Jonathan. But I am part of the AlphaBeta Lab. So if you don't know what the AlphaBeta Lab is, the AlphaBeta Lab is a brand new community-led educational platform for traders. So go check out the alphabetalab.com and sign up. It's completely for free. And we have some courses. We have a live chat room. We have a day trader's desk. So go in there and let us know what you think. It is totally for free. So please do sign up and give us a like, give us a follow. We're doing live streams every Monday to Friday as well. 8 a.m. GMT Monday to Thursday, and then 2:30 GMT on Fridays. So we'd love to see you joining us for that. And this Friday we've got NFP Friday, so we'll have post NFP this Friday at 2:30 GMT for you to join us for. So make sure you do that. Okay, let's see what's happening in chat. I am part of AlphaBeta Lab. Excellent. Glad to hear it, Bharat. How are you finding it so far? Let me know. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Mike can also teach you all about making the best coffee and growing. Yeah. Henry, the beard is literally, you just let it grow. And every now and again, you just get some scissors and just give it a bit of a trim. So the camera is being kind to me today. I've got to say, the camera is making the beard look pretty good. So you're too kind. Ailsa, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, so my apologies if I'm saying it wrong. A liquidity level, by my definition, is one of three things. It is an inside bar. So in other words, a candle which hasn't taken the high or the low of the candle immediately prior. So where can we see examples of an inside bar? We can see an example down here. That one there, if you can see that. So we have one there. Where do we have another one? We have one here. We have another one here. Those are when the price level at the high or the low hasn't been taken, then that's what I describe as major liquidity. There's liquidity all across the market, but this is major liquidity. So an inside bar. Second one is a wickless candle. So in other words, where the open or the close is the same as the high or the low. So there is no wick on that candle whatsoever. That is also major liquidity level. And the last one is perfect equal highs or equal lows. And we have one sitting and ready and waiting for us here on the 1 minute. As you can see there, this is significant liquidity level because there is no wick, and it's major liquidity because it's equal lows down there as well. So that is why I mark that out. And then what I look for is, here we go, we've got an inside bar here. So we've got one liquidity level there, and we've got one liquidity level there. We've created this engulfing candle. So in an ideal scenario, what I want to see is I want to see price come and retest this wick, take that high of the previous candle, and then sell on down. That's a perfect setup. We're already in this area that I marked out on the 3 minute. We do have some liquidity levels here, and we have one here as well. But price has come up to it and it's created this engulfing candle, suggesting that it's okay to leave it for the time being. The reason we've got that zone marked out is because it is an engulfing bearish candle on the 3 minute. And this wick rejection tapping into it suggests that we might be ready to sell off. As you can see, we've now created a second inside bar on gold. So one there, and we've got another one there. It has taken the low, and then it's quite possibly either going to sell off straight away, and go and take this major liquidity that we have down at the bottom, or it's going to chop a little bit before it sells off. But that is what I look for, is it will take the liquidity levels quite often with a very, very small price action before it then continues on its path one way or the other. What else have we got? We've got Collins from Kenya. Good to see you, Collins. Hope you are well, my friend. Great to have our Kenyan friends with us. Sly, I think I'm a little bit weak, like a doji candle that has no direction. Should I be worried about you, Sly? Should we be concerned? Should we send for help? Let me know. We have a nice little formation right now. So look, we've taken that level of liquidity there. We've taken that liquidity level there, and we've broken past it. So the setup is invalidated. So we delete that zone and we continue and wait to see for the next one to set up. We now have price reacting again. It's leaving this liquidity level and it's deciding whether or not it wants to take it. So we will keep an eye out. At the moment, it has created this engulfing to the upside whilst taking that inside bar. So we'll wait and see how it plays out. But at the moment, it looks like it could be a reversal, but the fact that it didn't respect this candle means it's not guaranteed. Let's see. Always worth waiting until the very end of the close. If you noticed, literally 10 seconds ago, that looked like a really strong bearish engulfing candle. And then the wick rejected back up. And as you can see, it's now coming up for one liquidity level. And let's see if it comes for the other one as well. It still left that trail behind. And this one, I think, opened. No, it didn't open without a wick. So there's still areas to be taken in there. But this low is going to be very, very significant. We have got the New York Open in 20 minutes. So the New York Stock Exchange will open in 20 minutes. So we just need to wait for that. And we'll probably see some more volatility come in at that point as well. Any tips to people at this early stage of trying to work out their trading strategy? From Jay Swirls. Very nice profile picture there, Jay Swirls. Early stages of trying to work out your trading strategy. Keep it simple. That's probably the first thing I can suggest, is to try and keep it as simple as humanly possible, and make sure that you can understand it. Like, you know, if you look at a chart, can you see that strategy? Can you see it there? Can you see it forming? You know, or do you need loads of different indicators and lines and all sorts of craziness on there? My lines are there just to give me an indication as to where does liquidity sit. So if I take a look at the daily, for example, let me delete some of these candles, these arrows, because we don't need those anymore. If you see, I've got this cluster of liquidity down here, right? Now, that might look like a hot mess to most of you guys, but what it does tell me is that there's a massive cluster of liquidity down here the price is going to want to come and take out at some point. So that for me is this just the strategy that I've worked over time over the last couple of years, and I've back tested. You need to find one that works for you, and you need to find one that you feel comfortable with, and it also needs to fit in with your lifestyle. So if you've got a full-time job or anything like that, then you need to be able to manage your trading around that as well. So yeah, that would be my advice to you if you're trying to set out your trading strategy, is try and figure out what works best for you in your time frame, and also what's going to work best for your psychology as well. You know, if you're more of an impulsive person, or if you lack patience, then, you know, scalping might be more for you. If you've got a lot of patience and you're happy to sit on your hands and, you know, not do anything, then maybe swing trading is for you. So that would be my advice. A nice reaction at the moment on the 1 minute right now, guys. That wick rejection there on the 1 minute on gold, suggesting that we're happy to leave this liquidity for the time being. So could be an interesting opportunity, a bit of a high risk move, but we could see maybe an opportunity now for the sells to come in, coming down to there. That'd be a nice 6R. Not sure if it will come to fruition or not, but certainly an interesting opportunity there on gold. The way it's rejected that wick from there looked interesting, but right now looks like it won't be respected. But let's see. It has pushed up, but it hasn't taken that high. So depending on how this 1 minute closes, there you go. That looks quite nice. I'm not going to lie. That looks very, very nice. So let's see how that one plays out. 1 minute looking good for sells right now. Remember, we're rejecting off this 3 minute. So we want to see now the next 1 minute candle to really push down, show some bearish momentum to give us added confidence that the bears have taken over. Right now, it's not doing that, but it's still another 40 seconds to go on that candle. So maybe it will still do it. Yes, exactly. Breakout either way. It can go either way. So there you go. There you go. It's going to leave an inside bar by the looks of things on the 1 minute, which again then leaves it either liquidity to come back for later or liquidity that it wants to take straight away. So as you can see, it's just hovering there, trying to decide what it wants to do, because it's actually created an inside bar on either side here as well. If you notice, there we go. It's taken that liquidity level on the 1 minute, and it's quite possibly going to break past now. Yep, there we go. So trade is invalidated, and we go again. That zone wasn't respected, so it looks like we're still going to go for longs. Now, where would the longs come from? Or maybe it's just going to take them all and reject from the 45 minute, because that's on the 15-minute candle. If you see that, guys, that's the new 15-minute candle. It's taken this high here. So where would we expect a reaction from? Nice engulfing on the 5 minute. It could actually react from here, if I'm honest, because it's taken the high here and then the wicker's rejected. So this could be a nice area just in here, actually. Nope, that's negated because it's broken past it. So just got to wait and see. Next area probably to see a reaction is going to be here for the longs, maybe. But we will see. It is indeed the chop zone, John. It is indeed the chop zone. Let's go and have a look at what Aussie JPY is doing. Aussie JPY is still chopping around like nobody's business. Hasn't broken past the 15-minute engulfing to the upside, so hopefully that maintains itself. We'll see. I know some of you are asking about Euro USD. Euro USD has left this level here, which was a 30-minute inside bar, and has come down and taken this level here first, which suggests, not confirmed, but does suggest maybe some bullish momentum. But if we look at how it's forming down here and how the EMAs are closing in on one another, it's quite possible that we will still see some sellers come in. Right now, we've got this equal low here. This is major liquidity. So I wouldn't put too much money on longs right now. Just be a high risk move, I would say. Looking at the 5 minute, you've got an engulfing candle here. So maybe see a sell opportunity from there if we come up that far. Wait to see if it respects it and then sell off. That would be a nice area, I think, to look at sells. So yeah. What of Euro Aussie dollar? Aussie dollar. Ooh, Euro Aussie's making a breakout on the 1 minute. Wow. Well spotted, Vinny. Didn't have this one on my list to look at. Yeah, I mean, just the Aussie's just looking really weak. So let's see, what have we got? Breaking out of this area. What would we be looking for? Hard to catch it now. I'm not sure if it's already on its way. That's the only thing. We do have Let's see what it is. Not a daily. It's probably one of these 12-hour, is it? Or 11-hour? No. 2-day maybe? Yeah, it's a 2-day inside bar. And we have bounced off this level. We've taken this one and we're now heading up quite possibly for this one here. But there is some resistance in there. As you can see, we've got this engulfing candle here, and we've got it on the 12-hour and on the 11-hour as well. It's somewhat on the 9-hour, but less so. It's there on the 8, not really on the 7, but the 7 also has this liquidity just above on the inside bar. 5-hour is also got liquidity up there, and the 4-hour has not. So the 4-hour is also this resistance area. So this is where we're looking potentially for a sell opportunity if it gets that far. That's probably what we're looking at right now. That would have been a really nice trade, which is really quite annoying, because that would have been a trade from last week that I took, I think. Actually, no, this one I didn't take. It was just one that I did on paper, which is rather frustrating. But you can see there, we had price come down. It was a break and retest. And price came down on the 15-minute, was it? Let's see. Yeah, price broke out of this structure here, pulled up, came back down to the 61.80 level and shot up. And yeah, that would have been an amazing trade if I just let it run. It could have been quite something. Could have been what, a 25R. So yeah, well, not necessarily one that I would have let run, but that would have been quite a nice trade. So yeah, it does look oversold right now. But that's my view on it, Vinny. Aussie USD. Let's look at Aussie USD. Aussie USD is also that's just the weakness against the Aussie, I guess. So it's just the Aussie looking very, very weak, which you can see here showing red across the board, except for against the New Zealand dollar, because the New Zealand dollar is also rather weak, as is the CAD to some extent. So yeah, but again, where are we going with it? Where is it going? Let's have a look. What levels of liquidity can we see? We can see the starters. We can see that has got a wick on it just by 1 decimal point, 1 pipette. So possibly an area of reaction in here, maybe on the 7-hour. Looks good on the 5-hour as well down here. On the 4-hour also looks nice. Nice retest zone. 3-hour as well. And on the 2-hour. So that looks like a nice area to potentially see a price reaction come in. We take it down to the lower time frame. Wait and see what it does on the 1 minute, for example. 1 minute looks a bit too choppy right now. 1 minute, we've had this in candle here, but we've now got this equal low down here. So major liquidity down there that I'd expect to be taken first before you then look for the buyers on there. Let's see. Durasco says pound JPY looks like it's getting ready for a push up. Pound was strong today. Pound was very strong. Let's have a look. If I can find, where's my mouse? There we go. Pound JPY. Yeah, that's a nice engulfing candle to the upside, and the way that the EMAs are now bunching up together also looks decent. This sell-off from Friday was not necessarily pound weakness; it was just yen strength. So it's not too big of a stretch for the imagination to think that you'll start to see some weakness coming into the yen right now. That Aussie yen that I was looking at earlier is still in play and is still looking good at the moment. I think it's taken the low here. Let's have a look. Or did it create an equal low? Yes, no, it did just take it, as you can see there. So it just took it. So it created this almost engulfing candle. We've got 6 more minutes for it to go. So we might finally start to see that pump up, which would be a nice opportunity for taking some profits on that one. Target at the moment is up here, but as we've spoken about earlier, we do have resistance amongst these areas, so it's not necessarily going to be a long hold. I say that. Where have we come to on the 4 hour? See, on the 4 hour, we're bouncing off this area. That's the only thing. So, don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. Because on the daily, you could argue that we've broken this structure here, pushed up, come back down with a break and retest and pulling back up again. It would be the same principle. So the AlphaBeta lab for kosher, the AlphaBeta lab is here. Go to that URL and you can sign up there. It's free of charge. You can go and go for it. We've got Pedro sitting in the background. Hey, Pedro. Sorry, Pedro, I didn't see your message there. I was chatting away for 5 minutes and I didn't spot your message. So I think we've got Dr. Deanna as well, sitting in the green room, ready to join us. There she is. Good to see you. Deanna, how are you?
Morning.
Doing well. How are you both doing?
Very well, very well. Aussie JPY is going in my favor. So I am a happy bunny.
Nice.
Long may it continue. Long may it continue. So yeah. I am going to take a break, guys, because I'm going to be with you until the end of the session. So I'll be back in about half an hour, if that's all right. And then we're going to do a little bit of a mini giveaway, just a little something. I've managed to squeeze some hub credits out of Jonathan, so we'll do a little bit of a giveaway in about half an hour or so. So I shall be back to join you then. Okay.
Just before you go, just maybe swap the charts of the screen, because I don't think Diana neither me has the power to.
I will be here in the background. Don't worry.
Okay, just put Diana's now. Maybe Diana can show us what she's looking for today on the US indices. I think she likes to trade US indices, if not mistaken.
Sure thing.
That's right.
So you can see what she's looking at.
Absolutely.
So I think the US Open isn't for another hour. I think you all had your spring ahead time. And so now we're kind of in a funny situation where time
Everyone
is a
has to
little bit
recalibrate.
confusing again. Yeah, exactly. So we have the Open in another hour. It'll still be another hour before the New York Open. So looking at gold this morning, starting to see it move a little bit. I think, were you looking at gold earlier as well?
Yeah, every single day. These guys, they love to trade gold, so that's always on the hot list.
Yep, and it is starting to pick up and move. I just kind of caught the very end when they were looking at it, and we're starting to see it pick up. We had the a push above the highs now, so the indices are still, another hour before the open. So we've got a little bit of time before things start picking up there. I am.
What is your take on US indices? So after the big sell-off that we had in the last 2 days, what are you looking at? Are you still bearish? Are you bullish? What is your expectation today?
For me right now, I'm still looking at the short side. So we could, we have no high impact news today, but this is a high impact news week. So if I'm not mistaken, it should be, it's NFP at the end of this week. Plus we have the tariffs going into effect on April 2nd. So this is kind of a big, important week. I think right now I still am leaning bearish. I want to see how it opens this morning, and especially how things go throughout the rest of the week. But so far, we're seeing the indices move lower and not really seeing a whole lot of indication, at least from my perspective, of why I would want to be looking to go long yet. Obviously, there will be a bottom at some point, but so far it is not showed any signs really of slowing down. Tell me about your take. What are you thinking for the indices? Do you trade the indices or do you?
Yeah, I like to trade US, Nasdaq, S&P, and every now and then the Dow as well. So I was bearish. So since last week, overall I'm bearish in the bigger picture. I've been okay. So I have my chart here. I've been bearish for a long time, basically since we topped back at the end of February, and I'm still bearish. I think we are going to have a bigger move to the downside. Something that I mentioned already this morning as well, which is quite interesting, because I know that many investors and traders and so on, they pay attention to the 200 moving average on the daily time frame, and this retracement that we had last week, which we bounced back from 200 moving average in here on the daily time frame. So we broke it before, which usually, as you can see, many investors and hedge funds and so on, they usually and even analysts, anytime that price is above the 200 moving average, they still consider it kind of as a bullish market. And when we do break the 200 moving average, the people start to be a little bit concerned that we may start getting into a bearish market. So we broke it, we retested perfectly, and we are back down again. So that's a little bit of a concern, or kind of that can give the idea that we may start actually continue now to push to the downside. It was exactly the same on the S&P. It was exactly the same on Nasdaq as well. The reaction from the 200 moving average, it was it was almost perfect in there to potentially even look for shorts last week. So I'm still a little bit bearish. I think price can continue to push a little bit more to the downside. If we look now a little bit more into the lower time frame and a bit more focus on the way I look at the market, because I don't really use moving average in my own strategy. But so the way I'm looking at it, so I was looking at least for Nasdaq to push a little bit lower. So I do have kind of this demand zone a little bit underneath that I think Nasdaq eventually wants to go towards before even considering looking at least for some reaction to the upside. Now I'm still bearish, but we could have a little bit of a bounce within this level. So this was a level that was still left behind or fresh on Nasdaq, but on the S&P, we had already reacted from it. Okay, so 2 weeks ago when these lows were created, when these lows were created, price had already reacted from this level. So that was a little bit of a divergence between what you could see on S&P and Nasdaq, which in my view, I was still expecting Nasdaq then to break the lows. S&P could eventually still respect the lows. So that was just in terms of potential targets or where to potentially look for longs in here. Now we are virtually back into these lows, which is going to be interesting. I'm still bearish. I still think that price wants to go push a little bit lower. More for intraday, I'm concerned, or I can see a little bit of this range that we have in here. Basically, since the opening, we capped a little bit and we created this range. Now price pushed lower. I'm going to be curious to see if price wants to challenge this, kind of take the liquidity above these highs in here and potentially move to downside, or are we going to have actually a little bit more of a turn to the upside. So I'm going to be curious to see how price may react above these highs today. If it managed to go there, basically above today's intraday high, to see if we're going to fake out and push lower, or if you're going to actually break and go higher from here. That's a little bit of the key zone in here that I'm going to be paying attention on the S&P and Nasdaq. So we'll see if we're going to push there or not. That's a little bit of what I'm going to be paying attention. We'll see. But you are more of a scalper, more intraday trader, correct? That's more of what you are looking for.
For the most part. I do have accounts that I hold that I'll hold positions a little bit longer, but generally speaking, in my personal account and in most of my accounts, I am intraday at least. Sometimes I'll build
Yeah,
positions with a longer time frame, but typically more along the lines of scalping.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, so is there any level specific that you are going to paying attention to? So you mentioned that you are considering short still. Is there a specific level where you consider, okay, maybe this is a good level to jump into shorts?
Well, for me, I'll be looking for momentum after the open. So in just under an hour, I want to see how the open happens and how price reacts after that. So if we get any momentum, either direction really, but specifically I am more bearish than not, but again, want to see how the open happens and how price responds to that. So I'm looking at gold too, and gold has been really bullish throughout the night, but right now it's taking a pretty deep dive back below where I thought it would kind of hold from. So let me see if I can. It's not a huge move. I mean, it just peaked above a little bit the all-time highs and then is back below a little bit. So I'll be keeping an eye on gold to see if we get a break to the upside, and if there's some kind of momentum there that I can get in a position, I'll be doing that as well. Got to see if it holds. Go ahead.
No, sorry, you're saying to see if it holds above the highs when it breaks.
And it didn't. It just popped barely above and then, retreated lower. But, that's just happening right now. So we can give it a little bit of time to see if it will hold and continue to push higher. It just barely popped above. Same with MES, just barely popped below the weekly swing low and pop back up. But it's still pretty early, in the US, it's still pretty early, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see how price is going to open during the session. Sometimes we do have, like when do have these ranges a little bit. I'm more. My brain works a little bit as a contrarian, so I'm more of a counter trend trader. Of course, I'm not really trying to short gold. I kind of skipped away from it. But usually, when you see the momentum's happening, like I'll in terms of a long for me, I would prefer to see something like this and now going long, like maybe breaking a little bit of structure, showing that okay, we are ready to go higher, but before that, then maybe fake out some level, like something similar to what happened last week at around this level in here, or even today. Maybe this was even today. Last week was maybe something different. But yeah, usually these are the moments or the moves that tend to create some liquidity on gold. It's kind of a little bit of a breathing room, and then there you go, and then jumps again and gains momentum. Yeah, it again, we are all-time highs. It's always tricky in terms of thinking of breakout setup or if it's a fake out, because price can do both basically. It can either retest, hold, and go, or can basically break but then come back into it and then go. It's always a tricky part of the market. We'll see.
I think someone's looking for your take on GBP JPY.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look into it, because where is it? Because I think the end pairs, you're finding some bullishness. So just before even going to the pound yen, again, I like to look at the yen index, basically the indices of the yen pairs, and we looked at it this morning. That price was indeed reacting from this supply level, which means that if the yen index is moving down, the other yen pairs in theory are moving upwards. So we are having that correction, or kind of that retracement in here. It's still within this range in here, so still a little bit concerned, but there you go, the movement to the downside is happening, and we are seeing the same thing on the yen pairs as a long. And I actually I like where the pound yen is reacting from. I like where the euro yen are reacting from, which means that it makes total sense for me that we are seeing this kind of bullish strength coming in from this level. But he mentioned that it was kind of just a 10 pips kind of a move. Yeah, potentially price can go slightly higher, but if you're looking for a 10 pips potential of a move, the question then is where do you also have your stop loss, right? Because if it is to protect these lows, it's maybe way too far away, so maybe you have your stop loss somewhere around this level. So then the question is, do you have enough risk reward in there to try to look for that long from this level? That's kind of a little bit of the second question. Unless you maybe price broke above, retested the structure, and looking for a continuation here, maybe that could be the setup that you're looking for. Yeah, potentially that could be a setup. But for now, yeah, basically from what we talked about this morning, we are seeing a little bit of bullishness in here on the yen pairs, also euro yen. I think it's reacting exactly from the same level, kind of the same demand zone that we have in here. Price also finding some bullishness. Yeah, just to summarize, basically when you are looking at the indices, just to use in terms of correlation with individual currency pairs, one of the best things that you want to see is maybe the index reacting from a good level of support resistance, supply, demand, order block, whatever name you want to call it, and then you want to try to see which one of the individual currency pairs of that index is reacting also now maybe from the opposite level, maybe a demand zone or a support level. And if both coincide, that maybe that automatically increases the odds of success of or at least to see some reaction from those levels. Then depending on what type of targets, execution, and so on you are looking for, but that at least increases the odds of seeing some reaction from it in here. Yeah. Do you like to trade Forex, Deanna, or just more focus on indices and commodities?
I used to trade Forex when I was able to trade with the 5ers. And for me, I really enjoyed trading Forex, but now it's just easier to trade futures. It's more practical, both with my personal account and, prop money. It just makes it much easier with the options that are available to me. There are very limited options on being able to trade Forex. And so when I made the switch to futures, I just kind of started doing that solely. But I started with Forex, and I'm hoping at some point maybe the 5ers will open up to Americans again, and we'll be able to trade Forex again, possibly have more options that way.
Yeah, that would be great for everyone, for the 5ers and for everyone in the US, if eventually the regulation allows to do that. So that would be perfect. And I see many people actually transitioning a little bit from Forex to US indices. In the past, I was mostly just trading FX as well. In the last few years, I started to look a little bit more of the US indices. Maybe even last year, maybe when I started to be more active in US indices, which is quite nice as well. And
it's nice to have options. Yeah.
But the volatility as well that you can see.
And also the indices tend to trend a little bit more than Forex. There's a lot of opportunity in Forex because you see less of the trendiness, but in the indices, it's a little bit different style, but it's a pretty easy transition if you are, decent chart reading skills. But I think a lot of people transition to the indices more futures rather out of necessity. Because before that, I really didn't know. Before about a year ago, I didn't really know many people that talked about futures, and now you hear that a lot more. So, but I still think Forex is super interesting and really fun to watch. Gives you a lot of options to look at. Somebody asked about Euro USD, and at least for me right now, Euro USD is a little bit in kind of a no man's land, so to speak. I would want to see a little bit more of a push lower in order to get long, if that was what I was looking to do. Right now, it's been just kind of moving a little bit lower, but hasn't quite found a level of support just yet. How does that look for you?
Yeah, the euro dollar has been quite rangy recently. I agree with you. I think if by any chance I was about to look for any longs, I think I'll prefer to see price moving a little bit lower before looking for longs. But yeah, like I like to trade a bit the extremes just to get a little bit of a nuance of what I usually like to trade. So, for example, extremes, I mean, kind of close to the highs or close to the lows. The reason for that is there are less manipulations at the extremes comparing in the middle. Basically, in the middle, the price can go anywhere, can go up, can go down, can basically do whatever it wants. So it can fake, for example, it could fake out these lows and then go up. The same way it could maybe break these highs and then go down. And it's always a little bit trickier for me to trade a bit in the middle. But if I was looking for longs, yeah, I think I would prefer to see price moving a little bit, maybe closer to this level in here, before aiming for any longs at this point in here. Yeah, we'll see. It's a tricky one, and this is something now that we're talking about between Forex or indices, or even having more than one asset, because I know many people, they only like to trade one asset, either euro dollar or just a couple of them, maybe euro dollar and pound dollar, and there's going to be moments like we have in the last couple of weeks, both on the euro dollar and the pound dollar, which is ranging. There's a really hard difficult opportunities to spot in these last 2 weeks, and unless maybe on the lower time frame you can find something to scalp. But aside from that, as you can see, like this ranging market is not that attractive. When then we look at S&P or Nasdaq, there has been way more momentum, way more moves that you could have taken advantage of, even gold, for example, as well, and so on. So sometimes it's important. One of the advices that I try to give is to expand a little bit instead of just trading one asset, especially after you know exactly what type of strategy you are trying, you like to trade. You can start expanding into, or kind of increase your portfolio of assets that you're trying to trade. Otherwise, you can get stuck with you for 2 weeks, try to force something from the market when it's not there, and usually that leads into, damage your performance usually.
Yeah, that's what's so nice about trading Forex. Do you trade, you mentioned you trade gold, but do you trade silver as well, or any crude?
I pay attention a little bit to silver. Actually, I'm a bit more active now on silver than gold, just because, again, I'm more of a contra trend trader, so I'm looking a bit more for shorts at this point, and at least silver is not still at all-time highs, so it still gives me a little bit of a structure on the left side where I can try to look for a resistance level or supply that can help me with my analysis. But I like oil, actually. I actually like oil quite a lot. It's something that I also like. Maybe for the last 2 years, I started to trade the oil, which is, I like it. Do you like oil now? Do you like to trade commodities?
I haven't really traded oil for a while. I just, I was thinking about incorporating it into what I do. But for me, I usually always have plenty of opportunity between ES for sure. So trading the S&P for sure. But then gold is another, usually rounds things out, and I don't need to look much beyond there. But I have thought about looking into silver and crude, platinum, some of the more, less commonly discussed assets. But right now, I'm pretty happy between the S&P, and then sometimes I will trade the NASDAQ as well. So the NASDAQ, and the S&P have been fairly similar recently. They've been moving pretty similarly. So again, kind of just sticking to the S&P for the most part, and interested in gold today, but we'll see. It seems to have stalled out a little bit.
Yeah, that's usually sometimes people that just trade one of the indices, I think they tend to choose Nasdaq instead of S&P. I think maybe the volatility. But you mentioned that you prefer S&P instead of Nas. Is there any reason specific for that, or?
For a long time I was trading the Nasdaq exclusively. I wasn't looking at anything else, trading anything else, and I've just recently kind of switched to the S&P. It is fairly similar as far as volatility goes. It's a little bit easier, I think, to size my positions, just because I don't know, I feel a little bit more comfortable with the S&P recently. sizing positions and whatnot. But I can't say there's a super specific reason.
Yeah, just a preference.
It just seems like it's been going better lately on the S&P. Less random, like getting wicked out of a position. Just been generally going better. So I've just been sticking with the S&P. But for a long time, I just traded the NASDAQ exclusively.
Yeah. And there's NDP mentions, and that's true sometimes when you do try to go into less tradable assets, maybe silver, or sometimes even crude oil. Unfortunately, in some of the brokers, the spread is not the greatest. So you do need to find a broker that provides you with good spreads. I think within the 5ers, I think crude oil is literally the only asset that is not great in terms of spreads. I don't really trade crude oil within the 5ers. I think recently they increased the spreads in there and didn't really doesn't make it attractive to trade it in there anymore. Unfortunately, that's another thing that, yes, when you are looking for different assets or less tradable assets, pay attention to the spreads, because that and the swaps as well. The swaps can be quite, especially if you do keep trades overnight, that can also eat a little bit of your profit in general. So be aware of that.
And that is part of the issue with, or not the issue, but the reason, part of the reason I was looking at S&P is because the NASDAQ is very, very liquid as well, but the S&P is a huge market, and that's part of it as well. Somebody is asking for us to introduce ourselves. So do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you? We've kind of been talking about what you trade, and what your style is, but looks like
definitely. Koshur Trade is asking for that. Yeah, so I've been trading for over a decade now. Started a long time ago, even when it was maybe not that common, or there was not that many options online to search for it. It took me a while to eventually get to the strategy and to the levels of consistency that I was looking for, maybe around a little bit more than 4 years. Initially, I was trading a different strategy for the first 2 years. Then that's when I discovered kind of more of supply demand kind of approach, like naked charts without any indicators. And that took me another 2 years and some to really get my edge into that strategy, to start slowly to get into the consistency that I was looking for. So I trade mostly FX. Then in the last few years, I started introducing as well US indices and some commodities. I'm a counter trend trader, as I mentioned already several days today. This is something that I didn't start trading thinking that I'm a counter trend trader. As many things, when you are developing your own strategy, you are basically discovering a bit about yourself while you are trading, whatever triggers you, the mistakes that you are making, what makes you upset within your execution and trading, and eventually I found out that the type of trading that I prefer the most is counter trend, and actually I tend to short more than go long. That's another fact. Maybe I think in terms of gravity, it's expecting things to go down, and of course not always, and in some assets actually the tendency is to go up. But that's a little bit of my style. In the last 5 years, I started also to teach, to mentor some people, and that was something that it was a big part on my own journey. So when I actually started to teach initially, just to basically explain my own view of the markets and my strategy, it helped me even more to get better within my own strategy, because I think when you teach, also it reinforces you to consolidate your knowledge about what you are doing. So that's a plus, and it was something that I fell in love with as well, like to help traders. I love strategy. I love to look at patterns, to improve strategies from other traders as well, and that's basically it. And now we are here trading. So
that's awesome. Thank you for telling it. And where are you based?
So I'm Portuguese, but I live in the UK. So I've been in Manchester for almost 10 years, I think. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's been a long time.
Oh, that's great. That's so cool. I always like knowing where people are in the world, because it's so unusual to be able to connect with, even in the chat and other traders here. It's really cool to be able to hear where everybody is from and where they're living. So thank you for sharing about yourself.
Yeah, welcome.
My name is Deanna, and I am started out as a psychologist, kind of came across trading reluctantly. I wasn't really very interested in trading at first. It seemed really daunting. And I started learning more and more and kind of got bit by the bug and just completely fell in love. So I started trading stocks. Probably it was quite a while ago. 15 years ago is when I started learning about it and started trading. But really closer to, I would say, 2018, where I started to take it a little bit more seriously. And then came across Forex and eventually switched over to futures just because, like I said before, I wasn't able to trade with Forex prop firms anymore. And my time frame has kind of evolved to shorter and shorter trading. So swing trading, intraday trading. But I kind of try to diversify what I do a little bit. So during that time, psychologist working in education and eventually transitioned to full-time effort in futures. I have a small YouTube channel where I post some trading psychology videos. Haven't been as active on there as late because I've been really busy trading. But I mostly trade the US indices, looking for momentum moves, and sometimes we'll also trade gold as well. So those are my my primary. I would say 90 to 95% of what I trade is the US indices. And it had been mostly the NASDAQ, but now I've kind of transitioned to more focusing on ES. So I hope that answers all your questions.
Yeah, perfect.
Trying to read through the chat. Pardon me? Oh, and I'm in the US.
Yeah,
so I'm a US trader. Live in the US. I'm on vacation with my family this week. So I thought it would be nice and sunny where we're staying, but it's actually really, really rainy and poor lighting. And the blow dryer doesn't work. So a bit of a Monday. So, but it's good. Someone asked, how did being a psychologist help you with trading psychology? That's actually really funny that you asked that. When I started trading, I was purely for about 10, I don't know, a long time, focused just on learning the charts, just on learning the strategy and working on figuring that out. And what I discovered was I was finding success in what I was doing, but when the going got tough, and this is still a struggle for me, when the going got tough, I kind of spiraled. So I would do worse and worse and worse. And the way that trading psychology for me came in is I actually hired a trader who had been, he'd been trading for a really long time. And he said to me, most people underestimate the power of trading psychology and how that can impact you. And so it was a little bit funny to me that was the advice that I was getting from this professional trader. He gave me all kinds of tips and knowledge that I already had sort of in my back pocket as a psychologist, but I just was not bringing it over to the trading side of things. And so when I started really shifting my focus that way, it just really helped me sort of like finalize, okay, now I can keep my mindset where it needs to be when the losing streaks come or when trading gets difficult, when trading gets hard. And so I think it helped a lot. You don't need to be a psychologist to manage your trading psychology. There's plenty of things that you can do to help yourself, but really it is a huge piece of what we do as traders. And it's probably, in my opinion, is a lot different than the trading psychology that you see on YouTube a lot of times. Just knowing how to manage your thinking and your thoughts and keeping those in line to be in a way that is going to be really helpful to you as a trader.
That's a great advice. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Diana. Is there any practical kind of exercise or tool that you use to do that?
The biggest one for me, obviously you can do like box breathing, a relaxation technique when you're actually trading. So you'll hear people talk about, breathing in for 4 seconds through your nose, holding, exhaling for 4 seconds through your mouth and holding. That can be really helpful. I have a ton of that on my YouTube channel, but for me, the biggest thing, the biggest game changer for me was really having sort of a mantra that I would sort of remind myself when things are going poorly. So when you're in a trade and you start to feel like maybe your heart is racing or your hands are sweating or you're really starting to derail in your thoughts, like thinking, oh my goodness, I'm so dumb. Why did I take this trade? That was a terrible move, right? All those thoughts or this could be a loser, all these negative thoughts that are not helpful to you as a trader. The biggest game changer for me is to really remember, this is a valid trade. I risked appropriately. Every trader takes losses. Losing is part of the game, and I have to be okay with, taking losses to be a trader. I have to accept that. And those 5 things is, telling myself as I'm looking at a trade go against me. And obviously there's techniques as well for when the trade is going in your favor. But really helpful to remind yourself of those things, that this is a probabilities game and it isn't about always, calling the market correctly, but just being on the right side of probabilities and keeping your mindset in check can be really helpful. And as far as where you can connect, you want to tell us where you can connect with you?
I think the links must be in the description, I believe. I do have also a personal YouTube channel, which unfortunately I haven't really uploaded that often. Usually I do a weekly analysis, at least I go live in there. Then I'm also the Portuguese basically community manager at The5ers, so we do go live Monday to Thursday, but you do need to at least understand Portuguese in order to join us in there. So if that's not the case, just you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Maybe I think it's maybe in the description as well. Your YouTube channel, Diana, I believe so. Yeah, it should be. So you can subscribe.
And my YouTube channel and my Twitter are the same. It's below my name there. So you should be able to search it and find that on YouTube and Twitter. I don't have an Instagram or anything like that for trading.
Yeah. And if you Google Pedro FS, most likely maybe I come out as well in there. So yeah, that's basically where you can find us. But that's interesting. So basically you're shifting a little bit your identity as well of what trading looks like, to accept those trades when you're involved in and to be able to manage the trades accordingly, which is really important as well, and that helps. That's really good.
And I'm just about to hop off, so it was really nice to chat with you in person, and thank you so much for hanging out with me this morning. Same with everyone in the chat. Great to have you here. And
thank you, Diana.
I'll be back to my office next week, but I think I'm here with you tomorrow morning as well from the rainy beach. So everyone have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Diana.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, so trades. Jayava is mentioning CAD USD. So USD CAD, we can take a look at that one. So let's jump into the charts in here. So we have been seeing some momentum to the upside on the CAD pairs. Let me just finish to upload the chart in here. And what Jayava, what are you looking for on the USD CAD? Are you looking for long, shorts? What are you looking for? Because basically what we can see in here on the dollar CAD is this is lasting already for a few months. All right, so basically price has been trading at around this level since December. We had that big spike, which was due to the COVID. It was due to the tariffs. It was one of the first announcements end of February. End of January, beginning of February, where it had Trump announcing, one of the first times announcing specific tariffs towards Canada. And in addition to that, in the bigger picture, we saw that we had a clear double top, and that was basically price correcting the liquidity above this double top. Okay, so if you don't really think that there is a liquidity grabs in here or price collecting liquidity, there you go. It's a great example exactly of that. Even on the weekly time frame, price tends to do that. After that, what did you have in here, right? So price moved to the downside after that, and it managed actually to break the previous lows. Okay, so we actually managed to break the previous lows in here with this move to downside. And now, as usually tends to happen, when you have a range in here on the left side, then you have the quick move up and down, then price tends to range around the same levels on the right side. Okay, so that's actually something that you can take advantage of, is try to find the range that happened on the left and then basically extend the same range and wait for those grabs up and down, and then you basically can find some opportunities within the same levels on the right side. Especially when you are within in the higher time frame, it makes the trades more attractive, right? Basically try to sell from here, feeling the range in here, then maybe go long, try to come back into this range, and so on and so forth. Okay, now you can maybe do that once or twice. Don't expect for price to continue to stay within the same range for 10 times in a row, okay? Because eventually you're going to collect or attract more liquidity above or below those levels in here. So we'll see how price may actually kind of is going to react from here. This was a good reaction from this demand zone, so price came out the back closer to the lows. It reacted from it again. As you can see in here, one more touch from the same range. Okay, this could have been a good long. In here could have been already a good long after price kind of breaking this level. This could have been a good reaction from this demand zone in alignment still with the same line. As you can see, our price tends to react or bounce from exactly the same level. You can see it in here, you can see it in there. You can see many times price bouncing from that level. So we'll see if price actually respects this supply or not. Again, it's back into the middle, so anytime it's in the middle, it's a bit trickier to look for the trade, but more of intraday. Maybe you can have a supply level in there that price can react from. Basically, around this level, maybe price can bounce a little bit, and basically actually is already reacting. That high never reacted from the supply, and price is reacting right now. So we want to see how price may react from here. Okay, price may just react from that supply towards this level and potentially continue to go higher, or eventually if it starts turning, then maybe we can have another move to the downside in here. But this was a move that we saw also across the other Canadian pairs, even Euro CAD or Pound CAD. We also had a little bit of a move to the upside in here. Jonathan is away today, so he cannot join us, unfortunately. He has other responsibilities today, but no worries, everything is okay. He's going to be back later. So by later, I mean maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. Yeah, gold is falling.
Hey, Pedro.
Mike is back. What's up? Welcome.
I'm back. Gold, guys. Gold is selling. Let's have a look at gold. Look at that. That's one hell of a move, isn't it?
Yeah, gold.
One hell of a move. Look how it left that inside bar on the 3 hour and 90 minute, and it's just now come down, and it's just deciding whether or not it wants to take this liquidity down here. So we've got that's not a wickless candle, but it's basically come down to this area here, and it's now decided whether or not it wants to take it. But what it's done is it's also started that move here with, I believe, a wickless candle as well there. So it might well take that and then shoot down because it's still got this major liquidity here. So we'll see. Certainly a big old push down, quite abruptly as well. No real trigger for it. So it looks like, there we go, it's taken that one, and it looks like it may go down further. So let us know in the chat, guys, who managed to catch that gold sell. Did anyone manage to catch it, or did it leave you behind? Be careful with it, because that is the prime example of a gold FOMO. Last thing you want to do is trying to catch a falling gold drop, because as soon as you get in, you've then suddenly got a massive gap between you and your stop loss, which can take you into significant drawdown. So do please be careful. We've got a few people who've caught it. We've got Ninive and we've got Ramsey as well. Excellent stuff. Lovely. All right, well, listen, guys, we're going to do a little bit something different for the final hour. So I managed to get some money out. Well, not money, but I managed to get some hub credits out of Jonathan. So we're going to do something that some of you will be familiar with from my live streams that I normally do on the 5ers Discord. And that is called the price prediction. So we are going to have a choice of an asset. These are all the assets that you can trade on the 5ers. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a price prediction, or is it going to be Aussie? No, it's going to be pound yen. All right, there we go. Pound yen. So what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to have a look at pound yen, and have a look at the forex.com trading view feed. Okay. And I want you to price predict the close of the 5-minute candle at 5 to the hour. We're live streaming until exactly on the hour. So I'll show it on my screen just so you guys know. 1 second. So I'm getting multiple messages all at the same time, which is distracting me. My apologies, guys. So we're going to be price predicting pound yen. So pound yen, and I want the close of the 5-minute candle at 5 to the hour. So that will be, if that's on the hour, we want it there. Okay. So I want it at my time, because I'm in Central Europe, is going to be at 3:55. I want to know the price of that close of that 1 hour candle. I'll be putting a Google form into the chat. You've got to do it as close to the pipette as possible. Okay. So I will be sharing that form with you in 2 seconds, but you guys can go out there and check. The feed is forex.com. Okay. So that is the one that you've got to use. All right. Don't go using any other feeds. Don't go using any other views. Don't use MT5 or anything like that. Okay. And don't write it in the chat, Venetius. Okay. I don't want it in the chat. Okay. So what I want to know is I want to know the close of that candle, and I want you to submit it into this form that I'm going to share in the chat now. Okay. There you go. All right. Now you have got until 25 past. Okay. So you have got until 25 past the hour, guys. All right.
15 minutes.
After then, 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes to get responses in. I have it all in front of me so I can see who is responding at what time. Okay. I want to know what is the close of that 1 hour candle going to be, or not 1 hour candle, that 5-minute candle at that moment there. Okay. What is price going to close at that moment? The person who gets the closest will be winning themselves some hub credits. And depending on who else gets close to it, there might be prizes for 2nd and 3rd place, but we will see who manages to get there. All right. So go have a look, guys. Pound yen, forex.com. Go and have a look and submit it in the form, please. Okay. Let me know what you think.
Interesting game.
I do this every not Thursdays anymore, because we're now doing live streams on YouTube. But on a Friday afternoon, I always do a price prediction, and it's normally the close of the 1 hour candle. But because we're streaming until this, then until that time, then we're going to do it 5 minutes before, just so I've got enough time.
Has anyone got it right to the pip?
Not always, but it has happened. It does happen.
Has happened.
Yeah. So you've got to be exact, guys. All right. Yeah. Victor does it as well. Victor does it in his Discord sessions as well. So there's another reason to join the Discord. If you haven't joined the 5ers Discord, make sure you join. All you got to do is log into your dashboard, into the hub dashboard, and you'll find the link at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So make sure you get in there. Void knows what I'm talking about. Akram is always in there. I've already got 3 responses. So we've already got 3 responses. Make sure that the email address that you guys put into the form, it needs to be the email address that you use for your 5ers account. If you put a different email address, we cannot give you the hubs. Okay, so you've got to put in the correct email address into the form. Okay, so there you go, guys. The link is in the chat, and I'll stick it there. There it is. Not that that's going to really help you, but it is there in the chat. So go and have a look and tell me, what is the price going to be at this particular moment in time? And the person who gets the closest will be winning themselves some hub credits, and possibly some prizes for somebody else. Kosher, it is this point in time on the chart. Okay, at the close of that candle, that 1 minute candle, the 5 minute candle, whatever candle you want to call it, the 1 minute or the 5 minute, what is the close of that candle going to be? Okay, alrighty. Gold, what's gold doing? Gold, do you know what, that looks like a really nice break and retest, don't you think, Pedro? That looks like a really nice break and retest.
Do you have from the lows and now coming back up again?
Coming back up again, but I just, if you were looking at that as having broken this whole structure here, would you not see that as a continuation sell from here? Look where it is on the.
I would prefer to see the low being broken. I would have preferred to see the low on the left being broken.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it can. It's just still ranging within that structure.
It is, yeah. It is proving tricky, but on the 1 minute right now, it's taken some liquidity, as you can see from this level here. It's left this inside bar, so we'll see how it plays out. It could just come up and retest the EMAs, but what I like is that the EMAs, the 21 and the 50, have both crossed over as well, so they're now in a downward trend as well, which is good. So Kosher, we are going to be live for the next 45 minutes. In 40 minutes, 40, right, there will be a close of a 1 minute candle. That is the time for you to predict.
So you have 10 minutes to predict it, and the answer is going to be, or the time is going to be in 40 minutes.
Exactly. Okay. So I will show it one more time for those of you that aren't sure. It is currently, right now, live. We are live. For Pedro and I, time, you can see at the bottom of my chart, is 3:15 exactly. In 40 minutes, there will be a close of a 5 minute candle. I want you to tell me what will be the price of pound yen when that candle closes. That's all you got to do, and stick it in the form. Okay, that's all you got to do, nothing else. My Aussie yen, if this is a true set and forget, because if I was watching this live, I would be my anxiety levels would be through the roof. I would just be sitting there going, this is just absurdity defined, you know? But what can I say? I mentioned before, I mentioned that if the Aussie actually would continue to move a bit lower, but the yen also would move lower, most likely you present yourself in this ranging market right now. Which is exactly what you can see on the Aussie yen, until one of the two finally moves more than the other. Gold looks nice for that continuation of the sells at the moment. Nice structure where it's taken that inside bar with that long wick. It's pulled back down. It's now created this inside bar here. It'd be nice to see, even leave that inside bar left behind on the 1 minute and see it shoot down. Ideal scenario would be see the high taken and then shoot down, which it may do now, but it might just create another inside bar. We'll see. But gold looking nice for continuation of sells, especially where it's got this wickless candle on the 1 minute here. So we'll see how it plays out.
My problem with gold now is that, my problem with gold now is, if you zoom out just a little bit, we basically have a triple top right now, like on 5 minutes, whatever, and that just starts screaming. It just starts screaming liquidity about those tops.
See, I would have agreed with you had it not been for the fact that this bullish engulfing candle here at the top, the fact that that didn't get taken, that it did get taken and it was negated, suggests to me that we've actually now got bearish momentum. I would have wanted to see that respected, but it wasn't. And as you can see, it then obviously smashed through. So that's why I'm still thinking. All in your mind, stick it in the form. Don't put it in the chat. Do not put your predictions in the chat, guys. Stick it in the form that is in the chat. Let me share the link again so that you guys have it. I've got 17 responses so far. So far, 17 of you have got an opportunity to win some hub credits. There is many, many more of you who are watching us. So go to the link, submit the form. What's your price prediction? And tell us what you think. You have currently got another just over 5 minutes left to get in on that. 5 minutes left to submit your price prediction for the pound yen. Pound yen is the price prediction I want for this moment right here. What's it going to be? Okay, that's what we want to know. And there'll be hub credits for whoever gets the closest. Fabian, that would be telling. That would be telling. But let's just say I've got a decent amount of hub credits. So if there is one person that gets it exactly right, and it's only one person, then you'll be able to afford a high stakes account. Let me put it that way. Okay. Is Mark here? I don't know, Akram. Mark. So those of you that don't know, in the Discord, there is a guy called Mark from the US who comes into my Discord sessions. He's a lovely guy, but he always is like so close to the price prediction. It's unreal. He does it with trend lines and all sorts of stuff. But he's very, very good. He's a lovely guy and he's very, very good at it. So I don't know if Mark, if you are here, then let us know. Let's see.
That's a skill in itself to be able to predict the price in the future. That's spot on.
It's a skill. It's a skill. Yeah, it's definitely a skill. Yeah. Gold is still. I wouldn't say it's. I wouldn't say it's not necessarily going to go in the break and retest direction that I suggested, but it's I want to start seeing some bearish momentum coming in. We still have this inside bar here. We've got a nice trail of liquidity. So we've got this one here. We've got this one here. So there's some nice liquidity for price to come back and target. So that's looking good. Mark is Nostradamus. Mark, you know what? Mark is he's just a genuinely nice guy from the US. All I can say. I would say Mark for president. Mark for president 2028. Mark, if you're here, I endorse you. There we go. There's gold pushing further down. That's what we want to see. Some further momentum. Pulling down from there. That one, that's all right. The 5 minute didn't close brilliantly, but I would still happily take that right now. If we can close with a bearish engulfing candle on the 5 minute, then I'd be very happy with that. It looks good. It looks good. And we've actually created this inside bar on the 7 minute as well. We've taken the high of it, and now we're hopefully going to go and take the low of it. And we've still got a long way to go to get to the 200 EMA. So looks decent. Looks decent. But let me know, guys, what do you think? Is gold going to go higher? Is it going to break these lows, or are we going higher? Ideal. I do trade engulfing candles, but it's a bit nuanced. So there's various different factors that I look into for that. But yes, I do look at engulfing candles and inside bars and other lovely, wonderful candlestick patterns. And it tends to work relatively well. If you can catch it on the lower time frames, then you can get some really good trades with some great risk to reward. So there we go. Guys, you have got just over 2 minutes left to get your price predictions in. We've got 31 responses so far. So not long left. Ideal says, how long? Because I'm also now stick with EG system. How long have I been trading it? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I think so.
If you're asking how long I've been trading it, I've been trading it for a year and a half, pretty much from the beginning of my trading journey, if I'm honest. From the get-go. So yeah. A minute and a half, guys. A minute and a half left for you to get your price predictions in. In fact, less than a minute, just over a minute to go to get your price predictions in. There's 31 of you in with your predictions. Do not miss out on this opportunity. I'll post the link there one more time. Ronnie, don't post it in the chat. That will not help you win. How can I give you hub credits if you post it in the chat? I can't. So there is the link one last time. You have got less than a minute, guys, to get your price predictions in. And then we will be watching it in live here on the stream to see where it's going to close. Okay? The suspense will be immense. All right, Pedro?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. So yeah, guys, let me know. You have got 20 seconds left. 20 seconds to get your price predictions in. I've got 32 responses so far. So make sure you get those in ASAP. 34. There we go. 34 of you so far. Let's see.
Everyone was waiting for the last minute.
Well, that's it. Your time is up, guys. If you're not in, that's it. Too late. Time is up. So if you're getting your price predictions in now, I'm sorry, you are too late. Let me just make sure that I have got everyone in here. Okay. We've got some very interesting price predictions here. Let's just see if I can just delete some random data that I don't need. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. So we have got Haresh bringing up the rear. Haresh there coming in with the last price prediction. Let's see. Okay. I'm just going to sort these. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to plot them on the chart so you guys can see where's the high and where is the low. Okay. So
the predictions?
Yep, exactly. So that one doesn't make any sense. So I can't help if it doesn't make any sense. Right. So the lowest price prediction was down here at 192 on the nose. Looks unlikely, I would say. The next lowest was 192.774. There we go. And then the highest was 195.49. Also looks unlikely. There we go. So the next one below that is 195.191. Also up here, you guys are feeling very ambitious with the pound going all the way up there, I think. 195.12. There we go. Now there was two people with the same price prediction. I just want to make sure. There we go. Okay, we've got two people with the same price prediction. And that is 193.571. Right there. So basically expecting price to stay where it is. So we've got two people there. So if you guys get the price, if you get closest, then obviously you'll be splitting the price. But there we go. I know, honestly, Akram, I don't know how Haresh does it. Haresh just somehow manages to always predict that the market is going to crash. That is just, it's Haresh's, like, it's his MO. You know, he just knows that, all right, it's going to sell. Everything's just sell it all. So that is just the way he looks at the market. Isn't that right, Haresh?
I'm on Team Haresh as well.
You're on Team Haresh. Well, I mean, in fairness, Haresh is down here at 192. So
okay, that's too much.
I mean, for us to get down here in that amount of time, that's got to be a pretty damn big drop. Maybe Haresh knows something that we don't know. You know, these things can happen. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, right? If Haresh knows something that we don't, that's all good. Looking at my Aussie yen, just what I thought looked like a really nice trade, just looks just, my words escape me. I mean, what even is that? Look at it. It's just horrible. That is possibly that. I'll tell you what that is. That is Japanese yen. I've got friends from Japan. Abe from the 5ers Discord has recently been to Japan. I love the Japanese. But this is ridiculous. This is the kind of price action that just looks disgusting. It looks awful. I mean, it's just, what even is it? What is it even doing? Just
nothing, anything.
It is leaving liquidity, so I'm still confident that we're going higher because it's got this double top here, equal double top. But oh my goodness, if we break this low, then it's negated, and the trade is no more, and I'll just close it. But I'm hoping that won't happen. So we'll see. Let's see. Yeah, anyone submitting your price predictions now, guys, there's no point. You have missed the
US Open
station.
now.
US Open, that's it. Come on, Aussie dollar. Come on, Aussie. Just push it up. And if gold is selling off nicely, gold selling off very nicely. There we go. Look at gold there on the 15-minute. We've created that inside bar there. So it looks like we may come back to that, but hopefully we can break these lows. Looks really good for sells right now. Taking all of this liquidity trail that we had marked out and heading for the liquidity down here. Remember, I showed you earlier, this one down here is an inside bar on the 1 hour, but it's also perfect equal lows. So major liquidity down there that price will want to come and take, and there it goes. Very nice price action there on that one. Let's just have a quick look at Aussie JPY, because Aussie JPY I can see is moving not how I would like it to. Yeah, I think I'm going to close this trade, but I'm not going to close it just yet. I want to see if we can pull up a little bit. I don't like that 1 minute engulfing bearish candle though. That doesn't look particularly wonderful. Let's see if we can get some momentum back into it. But at least close it at less of a loss. It doesn't look like it's going to do it, is it? No, I don't think it will.
We'll see.
Yeah. Not good. Maybe we'll get some bullish momentum. Doesn't look ideal though. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Gold, look what gold has done. Gold has taken that liquidity. It's still in that area. Now it's reacting. Now the only thing is it's reacted off this area, but it's taken these lows here as well. So for gold now to go back up, we need to see further price action on the 1 minute. So you need to see an engulfing followed by an engulfing ideally. Otherwise, it's a little bit too risky. At least that's how I feel. I don't know. What do you think, Pedro?
Yeah, it's moving. I still have a zone just a little bit underneath that. You talk about the Aussie yen or the?
Yeah, I've just closed my Aussie yen. Sorry.
Yeah.
There
The Aussie yen. Gold can continue again. I do see. I like this scenario because now I actually want to see a bit bearishness, and even people thinking that price is just moving downside, so eventually can go and fake out the top. Which is perfect. But let it continue to push a little bit lower. Let it maybe properly look like a top being created even in the higher time frame. So then it can fake out the highs.
So it's taken that low of that one there.
Yeah, let it go down further down. Yeah, let it continue.
So looks like gold will continue to go down, which if you think about it, is a typical gold move. Everyone would have been thinking, oh, look, it's buying. All of these little pullbacks, everyone's thinking, oh, we're in a buy. There's a nice uptrend. And that's how gold gets you out. Gold just can literally drop down like a stone and just catch so many buyers out with their stop losses at these different levels. There would have been a bunch of stop losses just here because people would have looked at it from a different angle and thought, oh, yeah, it's a reversal, it's going to go back up. But gold can be an unforgiving beast. 107. Yes, there certainly is. There is liquidity below 107. Kim, I think that's Kim. There is liquidity below 107. There's a 30-minute inside bar and a 45-minute as well. So gold is, I think, still going to go, but we'll see how far, because it hasn't created anything necessarily. Maybe on the 4-hour, actually. The 4-hour, it's looking very nice for bears, actually. You see that? It created this rejection. That wick has been tested. Now, with the next 25 minutes, we seem to be closing. So, Vinny, you got to be careful. You've got to be really careful. Just buying or selling gold when it's at all-time highs is just so tricky. You've got to be really, really sure of your positions and where you want your entries. On the 4-hour, what's interesting is you have got this inside bar here as a liquidity level. So that's going to be an interesting area for potentially price to want to come and take out. I'm just trying to see if there's any other areas. It's a 5-hour as well. It has been negated here though. So let's see on the 7-hour, the 8-hour, it's coming down. The 9-hour, it's an inside bar as well. Certainly an argument to be had for it to come down at least some of the way. The way it's closing now on the 22-hour is quite interesting. So it's really, really rejecting. I don't think it's necessarily going to reject for the whole of the New York session, but to see it come down to the 200 EMA would be a reasonable expectation. Possibly even to here, actually. That kind of area. Did it take out that liquidity level? No, it hasn't. So we've got that 15-minute inside bar. And you see how it's just come within touching distance of it. So wait and see how that 1-minute candle closes. But yeah, it's not entirely convincing. We'll have to wait and see. It's opened without a wick. So we'll wait and see how that one closes. But I would expect us, if we're not going to take this wick, then I just want to see what is it that we have down there for price to react from. And it is an interesting wick area on the 1-minute. But yeah, look at that one. I think it's probably still going to come and take it. Let's see. We're still in this area here on the lower time frame to see some reactions. And that break and retest 3107 would have been a nice take profit entry of the 50-minute. So Yadnek Mitku I haven't forgotten about pound JPY. I wouldn't dare forget about pound JPY. But the price prediction isn't closing for another 15 minutes. So we are good for time. EU, though. Let's have a look at EU. What's EU doing? EU finally came and took that liquidity level that I spoke about on the 1 hour.
Those lows. Yeah.
It took those lows, and it's taken them quite convincingly as well. When you think about it, it's come up, it's taken this now here. Be interesting to see how it closes on the 21, because 21 minutes left. Because if you look at it on the 15 minute, it's come up, it's retesting these EMAs, and I think now it's looking for some more bearish momentum. We look at the Dixie. What's the Dixie doing? The Dixie has broken out of this initial structure here. So the Dixie broke out of here. Let's look at that on a break and retest fib. Yeah, not quite come to the 50 level, but certainly looks like a nice bit of bullish momentum coming into the dollar, which is also good for us selling off gold, which it's still doing, as you can see there. So it's come and taken that one there as well. So gold is still going strong. It's hitting the 200 EMA on the 5 minute. So it's probably going to see a little bit of resistance now until we can see the EMAs cross over. It will probably chop around a little bit for a little while. Sudeep, that's far too many assets for me to look at all at once. But I'm assuming you're looking at the Aussie and the New Zealand. And the Aussie and the New Zealand were indeed two very, very weak assets today. So they would have been very good opportunities to look at for sure.
I do agree with him in terms of filtering trades, of filtering assets maybe to be involved in. It depends, of course, on what you're looking for, but especially momentum. Pound Aussie, Euro Aussie provided much better opportunities today instead of this ranging market where we are stuck on Euro dollar, pound dollar, and so on.
Simple Fishing reckons Bitcoin is good to buy again. Personally, I wouldn't, but that's because on the higher time frame, I'm still bearish. I don't think we're going to be. Yes, if you had a downward trend, yes, you could theoretically say we've broken the trend line down here, but I'm not convinced about Bitcoin. Bullish getting in yet. Silver. Arusha is asking for silver. Let's have a look at silver. Silver's selling, which means gold is selling. That's what I want to see. Happy with that. Very, very nice. Gold and silver selling is very, very good indeed. Look at that. Took a whole bunch of liquidity levels and it is really selling now. This is probably something happened in the news. Let's see. No, nothing. Nothing recent in the news, other than the Canadian PM pledging a new government entity to build homes in Canada. Hardly market-moving news. So, nothing there really. Sudeep has already capitalized on the silver move. Excellent. Good catch there, Sudeep. If we look at it on gold, gold is doing the same. Gold is selling off nicely. So gold could very well come down, taking these lows as it is right now. We zoom in onto the 15-minute. Oh. There we go. We've taken both of those, I think, have we?
Yeah,
I don't know if we've taken that. Yeah, we've taken that one as well. Very, very nice trade. So how many of you guys caught the gold sell-off? Let us know. Aussie yen, yeah, unfortunately it came and negated the whole setup. So that was I was taken out on a loss for that one, unfortunately. I could have actually closed it when I saw it just struggling to break the 21 on the 15-minute. But yeah, it is what it is. So that is a loss on that one. But gold is looking good to make that up for me, to bring me back to break even and maybe even beyond. So yeah, Rafiki, just closed gold. I had earlier loss, so mostly break even. It's always a good place to be. Nothing wrong with break even. A lead day. Gappa, do you mean a loss day? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but the 1 hour candle, what was interesting is if you look at the 1 hour candle, it opened with a tiny wick, the tiniest of wicks. So everyone wouldn't necessarily be expecting it to just shoot down like that. But that's what it's done. And it's still going. I mean, it's reaching the 21 now on the 1 hour. So we'll see if it now rejects and pushes back up. But there's nothing really there for it to react from. Let's see. No, we've still got more momentum to the downside. This was our Asia high, which was taken earlier. Actually, no, it wasn't the Asia high. Asia high was, where was Asia high? Asia highs have actually been taken. It was up here somewhere. So Asia high was taken quite some time ago. But this was our impulsive move this morning. This was where we initially opened up the market and we came up to this level here. So this could still be a nice area to see price come down to. So we will see. You've got 10 minutes left, guys, until the pound JPY price will be confirmed. So we will pull that up in 10 minutes and we'll see where it is at that moment. Can you see anything at the moment, Pedro? I see the NAS is selling off nicely.
Yeah, exactly. NAS is selling off. So I want to see how price may react from within that level.
Yeah, I want to see some reaction in here within this area for us to see a reversal of some kind, because we've been selling off quite significantly. So it'd be good to see a reaction the other way at some point. At the moment, though, it isn't happening just yet. Just going for the sells.
Yep.
NQ is indeed falling a deal. It is indeed. Got it. Collins in $100, but I'm not quite sure what you got in at. So, but if it's good, congratulations. Is anyone else having issues with MT5 login with the 5ers? Not heard any issues, Akshay. So if you are having issues, please reach out to the 5ers support team via the chat button, which is on the hub, or you can do it via the Discord as well. Later of order block on gold is 3103. Next liquidity down is 3078. Quite possibly, Kim. Quite possibly. Yeah, I mean, it's got a long way to go, even on the 15 minutes, to get to the 200 EMA, and it's smashed past it. It's fair to say. It's really smashed past it. So yeah. What are you looking at, Pedro? I can see your charts are chopping and changing. What have you got your eye on?
Yeah, I'm just following the US indices, just try to see where actually can potentially have a level where price could bounce from. I need to go into the wartime frame in order to check that, because price is now breaking into it. And it can just continue. It can just continue. We'll see. I'm expecting a bounce midday, basically, maybe if not now, maybe in a couple of hours, and then the closing. That's going to be the question. But as you mentioned as well, like, be aware that today is the last day of the month, And it's going to be around this time, in 1 hour, 2 hours, that you're going to have some extra volatility that maybe usually we don't have. So yeah, we'll see. But I'm reaching more in expectation than anything else today before taking, because price is just, again, it's just trending, especially with US indices. So there's no signs of reversal, which means that I'm most likely just going to stay away. I don't like the scenario where, because price today had a little bit of a range on the opening. I think he opened with a gap and then kind of range for a little bit. I think that could be potentially a nice, interesting sell opportunity when you do take that. I'm on my laptop today, so there's a little bit of a gap on the way my chart moves. Yeah, I'm going to be really curious eventually when price takes this level. Potentially just fake out level and then continue to push lower. That's actually what I would have loved to see this morning, or kind of now, but that didn't happen. Price just sell off without anything. Actually, it took the liquidity from this top. That was apparently enough. It did manage to take the little bit of liquidity from above that this highs in here, and then it dropped. I would have preferred to see even a bit more of above this level, and then the drop, which can still happen. We do have that gap, at least on this server. We do have a gap in here, so that can still be applied for a potential continuation to the downside. That's basically it. Oil continues in the range. Gold now is moving a bit more to downside, but again, good trade for everyone that catch it. It's not exactly something that I was interested in. Euro pound continues to be the same thing. So actually, an asset that I'm looking for is actually Euro Aussie or Pound Aussie, which they are approaching highs, higher than prime highs in reality.
Yes.
Even Pound Aussie is approaching highs from COVID, right? So that's something that I'll be paying attention just to see if there's any signs of weakness for a sell, or if price eventually just going to just continue and eventually take the highs and go into the next level.
I was looking at Euro Aussie this morning, thinking exactly the same thing. We were talking about it on the AlphaBeta Lab session this morning, and thought exactly the same thing. The last time we were at these kind of prices for the Aussie against the pound, for example, was COVID times. So it's been quite some time since we've been at this kind of level. There is liquidity at that level, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, certainly some interesting price action on Euro, Aussie dollar. It's whether or not it can break this current high that it's just about to tap past. I think it hasn't quite done it. It's just on the edge, and I think it's going to do it just as we speak. Yeah, it's just done it. It's just broken it. So looks like Euro Aussie is going to continue to go long. The pound, if we look at the market strength, the pound is very, very strong. And just look how weak the Aussie is right now against New Zealand and the New Zealand dollar. They're both very, very weak. And the pound is quite strong. What's interesting is the dollar is also quite strong right now. And if we look at the pound dollar, you can see that in the chart as well, that they're just cancelling each other out. You know, there's just, you know, that's on the 1 minute, granted, but even on the 15 minute, we've done nothing. There's absolutely nothing here to really trade since last week, because we're just stuck in this range here. So, you know, that's why the strength scores is always a good thing, just to kind of filter out any assets that you think, oh yeah, this looks really good. If I see these two sitting there like that, the pound and the US dollar, I'm just think that's got nothing for me, because they're just going to cancel each other out. Whereas if I turn around and say, oh, pound against the Aussie, or the pound against New Zealand, or something like that, then fair enough. So yeah. Duraskal is asking, Duraskal, you're impatient, my friend. You're impatient. You gotta give us some time. It hasn't gotten there yet. All right, that's the 15-minute candle. We're looking at the 5-minute candle. So
I think he was looking for longs before.
So he was looking for longs. So let's see. There's still a couple more minutes.
Tries to close the gap There's a gap on the left side. I think he was looking to close that gap.
Yeah. So we had this push back down. Our two people that came in with the price prediction of 571 aren't looking too shabby right now. Let's just see who else did we have in at that level. 571. We had somebody at 578. So just there, very, very close. Then we had somebody at 593. Just there. Then we had 623. Just there. So all hanging around, but it's pushing up. It's getting away from you guys. After 623 is 632. So just down, just up there. So it is a very, very tight area of price action now. We've still got another minute and a half, 2 minutes until the close. So I want to know, where's this 5-minute candle going to close? Because then that last one will be the close of the 1 hour candle. So we'll see where this one closes. Right now, it is hovering in and around that area. So whoever got the idea of price kind of just basically hanging around where it was, nice catch. Nice catch. We will watch as it closes. Ooh, it's pushing down again. There you go.
30 seconds, guys.
30 seconds. Is the tension killing you guys? Is the suspense killing you? What's more worrying for me is I'm going to have to figure out the mathematics of this as to who got closest. That's going to be tricky. Oh, final 10 seconds of the candle. Where is it going to close? Yeah, is it going to push up? Last.
So we are within two ranges of people that selected below and above, yeah?
Oh, we are, yeah. Right. So we closed.
Which one is the candle?
Closed at that level there. So we closed at the blue number,
check
which
with
was
minutes just to see perfectly.
Sorry.
Put on the 5 minutes time frame. If you select the 5 minutes time frame to see the exact.
Yeah. There we go. Closed exactly at
the closing.
That was a closing. So at 193,619. 193,619, which means that our closest price prediction, let me just make sure I'm not giving this to the wrong person, was 623. 623 was Apollo Martin, or 3 of diamond. Are you here, 3 of diamond? Let me know in the chat if you're here.
There you go.
There. Is that 3 of diamond?
Was it?
Okay.
3 of
All
diamond.
right. Well, let's see. You never know if it's just somebody just trying to change their name quickly. Well, I've got your email address, so the hub credits will be going to you. But we did have, in fairness, some very close calls in there. So who did we have? We had at 632, which was 9 pipettes away. So very, very close. 632 was Nineve. Nineve, are you there?
It was there
if
before,
you're still with
so your comment
Nineve 83, are you there? Let me know in the chat. Nineve, there we go. Nineve, congratulations. And then the last one goes to 593, which was none other than Void. Congratulations. Void. Nicely done.
There you go.
So there you go, guys. There you go. Congratulations to Void. So you guys will all be getting some hub credits in the next few days. So congratulations, guys.
Congrats.
There will be those winging their way to you very, very soon over the coming days. So yeah, thanks very much for taking part. We don't normally do that on the main 5ers stream. So hopefully you enjoyed that. If you did, then we can do it again. Just let Jonathan know. Anything? Anything?
You need
last
to like.
remark?
You need to like the video.
Yeah, exactly. Like the video, and, like and subscribe, and let us know. Let us know you like what we're producing here. We want to be able to do the Fridays for you guys. At the moment, we're doing Monday to Thursday, which is already incredible when you think about it. But we do want to do the Fridays for you as well. So if you want to see us doing Fridays, make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure you're following us on all of the social media channels as well. We're doing this every day. We've got loads of great traders. We've got Dirk, who those of you who were here this morning would have seen Dirk. We then also have Anastasia. We've got Jonathan, obviously. We've got loads of great traders in with us. So make sure you are liking and subscribing. And give us the opportunity to share more insights with you. We would love to do it. Any last thoughts or comments from you, Pedro, before we sign off?
No, it's basically all done. It was an interesting day. I think price is just adjusting also from the sell-off that we had last week. I'm still going to stream in 2 hours on the Portuguese channel of The5ers. So that's a project that we started as well on YouTube almost 2 months now. So feel free to join us, subscribe as well, put like. Even if you don't speak Portuguese, you can just go there and subscribe as well. We would appreciate that. You can always then use translation to listen to what I'm saying. Aside from that, I think I'll be back tomorrow. I believe so. And maybe you as well, Mike. Are you back tomorrow as well?
I will be back tomorrow, absolutely. I should be back on around about 11:30 GMT tomorrow. I will also be on the AlphaBeta Lab tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. GMT. So if you haven't subscribed to the AlphaBeta Lab, make sure you do. We are going to be live from 8 a.m. on our YouTube channel from there. So we start the day off, and then you can come over to the 5ers live trading room as well just after that. So really there's nothing more you guys need to check out, because we're trying to give you everything you need right here across our channels. Just after this,
check the description. I think the channel, the Portuguese channel, should be on the description, the links. So I hope you'll find it there. Otherwise, just try to Google the 5ers Portuguese something. It should pop up as well.
Excellent. And I've just got a message that hopefully, because I know some of you will be asking where Victor is. Victor wasn't feeling particularly wonderful today. But he is suggesting that he may be up to doing his usual workshop that he does over on the Discord. Don't hold him to it, because I know he's not feeling great today, but hopefully he will be able to do it. That will be in 45 minutes from now over on the 5ers Discord. So hopefully you'll be able to join us there. Otherwise, come join us tomorrow. Join us in the Discord. Join us over on AlphaBeta Labs. And that's it from us. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. And we will see you very soon. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. All right.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at the 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.